wrapping the book up. For those of you who are just joining us, we're wrapping up Relentless by Tim Grover, How to Move from Good to Great to Unstoppable. It's been a phenomenal read again because we've all read this, especially those of us in leadership. We've all read this before, and we had the privilege of having Mr. Grover as our keynote speaker at convention of this year. I'm also excited because we get a chance to hang with him some more. So as we leave this relentless stage and we go over into our next phase on next week, if you all have not got it, you want to go ahead and get your book Winning by Tim Grover as well. This book right here is he talks about this being the unforgettable race to greatness. And that's what you're going to find as you're going through here. And so make sure that you go and get that book. But today, we're looking at another aspect of that cleaner. For those of you who are just coming in, he talks about the cooler, the closer, and the cleaner. The cooler is good, the closer is great, but the cleaner is unstoppable. They are highly competitive, they're demanding, they're great achievers, and they're ultimately unstoppable. And so he just talks about one of these traits is that they trust very few people. And those you trust better never let you down. Director Vital, how excited are you about this chapter?
I thought this chapter was phenomenal. I especially liked the way he opened the chapter. He grabbed our attention from the onset by saying just what you said. A cleaner very rarely trusts someone. And when they do trust you, you gotta never let them down because they don't forget and they don't forgive. So he said that. He opened it up. It was strong.
It really is. And after having met him, us all having met him and heard from him face to face, you even get that his whole his essence speaks to this. His essence speaks to relationships. And that's what we're talking about in this chapter is how our relationships as cleaners is based on trust. A cleaner can't get anywhere if we can't trust or we're in a relationship where there's no trust, then he's saying you can't get anywhere inside of that relationship. And here's what's most amazing, Director Vital, is that this company, this business is built upon relationships. Relationships really are the real currency. And now we get an opportunity to hear from the ultimate cleaner within our company, who is our beginning founder, Mr. Donald Bradley, how he talks about loyalty. And he says loyalty is so difficult to get. In fact, it was one of the pillars, right? There were 14 pillars, now they're back to 13. And that's because he took loyalty out. Why did he take it out? Because he said it's very hard to get loyalty because people have a hard time getting loyalty. And that's all wrapped around the basis of trust. And Director Vital,
get mad at one person and take it out on everybody. That's
not
not godly.
He says cleaners know when you're lying.
Okay.
And they wait for the truth, right?
Right.
Knowing whatever it is, they'll handle it, right? But they know when you're lying, and so they know when we're in a relationship or there's a relationship happening where there's absolutely no trust. Talk about that, Director Vital.
As I was reading the book, Pastor Vernon, it took me back to a kid and being a kid with a mom who had a really keen spirit of discernment. And a lot of what he was saying were things that my mother often said and taught me as a child. One of the things that she would say is, watch how, if you want to judge a person's character and their level of integrity, watch how they treat other people. She said,
listen, hush.
Right? So when you talk
listen
about
what
that
they
trust,
saying.
one of
Want
the
to see
things
how
that I
people
look
treat
at,
other
I look
people.
to see when I'm dealing with someone, if they are
treat other people bad, you ain't a good person.
Other people whom they're close to, and if they do, then it automatically puts me on heightened alert, and I know not to trust that person because just like they betrayed the other people who trusted them, just you wait. As my mom would say, you're going to get your turn. Now, the challenging thing in this business is that if you don't have a relationship built on trust, if you're working with someone, they're going to hold back from you. The other thing that makes them hold back is it makes them question whether or not they can trust you is your ability to tell the truth. A cleaner knows, as you said, when you are not telling the truth. Generally speaking, if you're a cleaner, you already know the answer to the question before you ask it. You asking the question is merely a test of the person's ability to be truthful. And so what people don't realize is that if you are a cleaner, you generally are really astute and you got a level of discernment, and trust isn't something that you give easily. And when someone betrays it by not being truthful, it is nearly impossible to redeem themselves.
That was a word. Statement in here that I thought was so powerful. And he says that truth takes one sentence.
Just set him up in the chair. I'll put his clothes on, then you can come back and get your hair done.
And it's amazing.
No, tell Jordan to put his clothes on, then you come get your hair done.
it often puts you in that place where there's this level of distrust. And when you cannot trust a person, it's very difficult to do business with them. Here's another thing that he says that I think is important. And he says, a cleaner knows that they need to trust. That they need to trust. That there are people out there that they need to trust. Because just like you're watching and you see that there are those that you cannot trust, champions really understand that there have to be people that they can trust. Right? Because he says this, he says success means recognizing the people who can help you to get where you want to go. In order to be able to do that, there has to be a place where you can trust someone to be a part of the circle, to be a part of the group, right? To be a part of what we're doing. Why? Because we all have to operate under one goal, under one premise, right? He says that the whole team has to have one goal so we can all reach the end result together. It cannot be about individual priorities. And so when we're in that group, you're looking for people that you can trust, but you're also looking for people who understand that it's not about you. It really is about getting an entire organization up the road. It's a team effort. Together, everyone achieves more. Director Vital.
Absolutely. Nothing of significance is ever done with a single individual. And so if you're going to make an impact on the lives of other people, you've got to assemble a team. And there's got to be somebody that you can identify that you can trust, because without that support system, you're not going to make significant impact and really truly be able to change lives. And so you've got to be able to sort and filter out those individuals that you can't trust, and then filter out the ones that you can. And honestly, Pastor Fern, keep them both close.
This is a Pastor Fern in the business, and this is Nina Vital.
As a cleaner, you have to surround yourself with people who can operate at your level of demanding excellence. Now, we talked about this because we recognize that there are some cleaners on the line, right? Not everyone on the line is a cleaner, and so we recognize that, right? But we also recognize that even though a cleaner has a level of demanding excellence, everyone should have a standard of excellence. And so we can't get off the line and have an excuse and say, well, I don't have that demanding level of excellence. Well, you still have to surround yourself with people who can operate at some level of excellence. There should be some standard. If you're in this business and you're moving, right, in your business and you're moving with your team, there has to be some standard, some level of excellence, whether it's demanding or not, right? There has to be a standard. Do you agree with that, Director Vital?
Absolutely. And Pastor Fern, I'm going to say, not only if you're moving with your team, if you are in this business to make money, there needs to be a standard. Now, if you're just here to fellowship and hang out, then it doesn't require that you have a standard. But if your objective is to build a profitable business, then there must be a standard. And that standard must require you to be measured. It must require you to be measured. You and I were talking in the pre-call, and we were talking about convention. I realized at convention, there are two types of people that show up. Those who come with empty suitcases to carry their awards home, and then those who come to cheer for the ones who came to collect their awards. And so if you're that person that's just here to fellowship and hang out and have a good time, then hey, you don't have to have any standards. Just keep showing up. We love you. We appreciate you. Please don't go anywhere. Make sure that credit card is up to date. But if you are here to build a profitable business, you've got to have some measurable standards.
You have to. He also talks about how we have to surround ourselves with not just excellent people, but here's the deal. You also have to keep those people accountable. And here's where, things start shifting. It's another pillar, right? Is that people don't want to be held accountable.
You don't. I'll try to find you a
accountable for what we say we're going to do, accountable for what we do or don't do, right? We talk about accountability partners in the business, and many times we just want to have somebody to get on the phone and chit chat with. But an accountability partner is not a chit chat partner. It's a person that
on my 2-4 thing and just get one of them.
You measure one another. That you're looking for the measurable, right? Did we achieve the goal, right? Did we accomplish the goal? If we didn't accomplish the goal, then we're not paying one another. And so this level of excellence.
Shiloh, why are you crying? Hush. We're going to change the shirt.
When we talk about cleaners having to be able to trust people, people don't tell us the truth. And so we're all just hanging out and hanging around, and of course we get
doing it.
It's like you can't help
Bring
the
one
truth,
up.
you know. I was talking to someone else like, yeah, I want to tell you the truth. I really know.
Right, sound retarded. Hush.
Because things are really operating in
Be quiet, Janelle.
and we're really
Hush. Or you're gonna keep that on.
accountable, really holding you accountable, then we gotta tell you the truth. You gotta trust us to tell you the truth, right? I have to trust you to tell me the truth, right? If I can't trust you to tell me the truth, then we're really not operating in a relationship.
We really are. And I'll tell you, it's a relationship that really doesn't produce fruit, right? I love how he talks about that in the book. Put yourself in an environment around some people who are going to tell you the truth, right? If you're going to build a successful business,
Yes,
gotta
now
have
can you
people around
hush?
you who hold you accountable. And when you think about, everybody doing their part and having
Girl crying because he don't want to wear this shirt he got on because it's long
for
sleeve.
more, someone's looking for more team people. People who can play
Will you
team
stop that
ball.
whining, Shallow?
I
don't know what's going on with you this morning.
Number of points, right? There are going to be some people that you got to depend on to put points on the board, and you got to know that if what you get, right? So, I often say, if everybody on the team was just like me, what kind of team would we be? And everyone should ask that question. As leaders, we're looking for cleaners, people who say, you know what, coach, put me in the game. You can count on me to do my part. I'm going to put points on the board. You've got to be able to be measured and surround yourself with people who will tell
Yeah,
you
girl,
what it
he
is you
tripping
need
because
to
he
know
don't want to
to
wear
grow
this shirt.
versus
But we
telling
changing it.
you
Turn
what
around.
simply makes you feel good.
And you can be trusted. He says that a cleaner can be trusted to finish what they start. So when you look at it, you have to ask yourself, do I start things and don't finish them? Do I pick up books and start reading books and don't finish reading the book, right? Do I say that I'm going to
I didn't go
hit
no
a particular
store.
goal and I stop at goal building, right? I decided it's too difficult. I love Director JP Washington's testimony of how
They're down
when
here.
she came into the business and began to run, and she saw what it really took to hit the $1 million status. She told Mr. Bradley, I don't want to be a millionaire anymore, right? She was like, no, I don't want to do that anymore. And, she stepped back from it. But now she realizes as that cleaner, guess what? She's got to lean into it because she's a cleaner. She can't leave the $1 million on the table, right? So a cleaner can be trusted to finish what they start. And that's what you have to ask yourself. Are you finishing? Can I trust you to finish what you start? Because this relationship has to be built up on
I
trust.
need both of them.
Clean
Get
and
one
wall.
right now.
Surround yourself with those who want you to succeed, who recognize what it takes to be successful.
That's a big one. People want to be around people who make them feel good, right? And it doesn't matter if they get results. You have to put yourself in an environment where people are going to stretch you. Where they're going to be honest with you about what it really takes.
Can you tell me after this?
Absolutely.
One of my leaders said to me recently, she said, you're a sweetheart, but people don't see that. And oftentimes they avoid you because they don't want to be measured. They said, you always talk about numbers and SMART goals and things that don't make them feel good, right? And so when you're thinking about building a successful business, those are the kind of people that you want to be around. You shouldn't be around people who expect you to get a check each week. I told one of my leaders, I said, as much as I love you, and I do, I think you're one of the most amazing people I've ever met. If you don't level up, you're going to be left behind. Because this time next year, there will be no goal builders running in this crew, right? I said we're playing the 0 to 100 game, and it's just like any other game on the playground. If you can't keep up, you're not going to be picked.
Wow, that's the truth. That's the truth, and that's what a cleaner does. Because
and she finished it. She finished her race.
She finished it because she understood truth. Truth takes one sentence. If you're not a goal builder, you won't finish it. One sentence. And that's what we have to move to, is being one sentence. When you look at that cleaner law again, he doesn't say surround yourself with those who want to succeed. He says surround yourself with those who want you to succeed. Who want you to succeed. Now, not making this an ego thing, right? He's not talking about ego. He's saying everyone that's in your group, right, wants the other to succeed. Right. Because we want the other person to, it pains me sometimes. It pains me to watch and to see when people are not succeeding on the level that they should be succeeding at. It's painful. I understand, Mr. Bradley, now. It's painful to watch. It hurts. Why? Because cleaners understand that those who are around you should be succeeding.
Are you gonna put the shot on them?
Just as bad as they should want you to succeed, you should want them to succeed. Why? Because cleaners, here's what he says. He says, cleaners don't need to be the center of things. Do your job and get out the way. Do your job. He reminds me of Bill Belichick, right? Bill Belichick says what? Do your
I'm
job.
trying to hear this.
Do your job.
You'll be over with in 3 minutes.
I love that law when he says that we surround yourself with those who want you to succeed, because now what? They recognize what it takes to be successful. I want to say this and then I'm going to throw it to you for closing comments. But TJ Haygood said something the other day. She didn't even realize that she said it, but she made this statement. And when she made it, something in me just leaped because I realized that I had never spoken and said it out of my mouth. And she said this, she said, we have to make sure that you and we become a 5-star team. And when she said it out of her mouth, you know, and I'm probably paraphrasing it, but it was a 5-star team. She knows it. Go all those lines. When she said it, something in me leaped, right inside of me just leaped. It was like the Mary Elizabeth moment. It's like I just leaped in my belly. And from then I began to gather and bring together a group and say, hey, I want you to be on this Zoom, in this space, if you desire to be a part of the 5-star run, right? Went on a 5-star run. It was the first time in my child that I've spoken it out of my mouth. But what was so powerful for me is that she didn't even realize what she was speaking. She was
every day
success to someone else. Right. Success for someone else. Because
sometimes multiple times.
What you understand. When you
me going live ain't stopping me from doing nothing in my everyday life.
Ultimately, you've got to succeed along the way. You've got to succeed along the way. So if whenever you were, it's the law.
I wasn't saying they was being mean. I just was answering their question.
You're gonna read, right? Whatever.
Some people feel like when people talk. Well, exactly. So get used to it.
Ooh, that is what you are going to read, and that's
like
you sold. She's sold.
Some people feel like, because some people come in here, you always live, and not this person. But I'm saying you can explain to people like, okay, you don't say that to the news. They always live. Like, how you know this is not what this is how I promote my business.
You have to desire to see. Surround yourself with those who want to see you succeed. You're right, Vital.
You're right. I did my best. All right, come on. Quiet down.
Right? I want to leave out of my chair. Because what that starts to me is that my soror, TJ, actually saw it, right?
Julia and Shiloh.
Understood, like you said, the law of reciprocity. She understood that in order for you all to become a 5-star organization, and that she wanted to be a part of that big movement. People don't realize that what you give, you receive, right? So if you're that person that doesn't play team ball, you're not going to attract someone that's going to have the desire to see you succeed. If you're not the person that's trying to push your leader to the next level, you are not likely going to.
Y'all talking too loud. People trying to hear.
Get to your next rank, and so it is a push-pull effect. And, you know, as I close out, Pastor Fred, I want to say, when we're coming to you on the IMV and we're talking about things that you must do. It's not just theoretical things, like, you know, it's what you must do. So even when you mentioned Belichick, I remember as my husband was looking to retire, he had worked with Belichick for many years, and he reached out to him to ask for his endorsement on a project that he was working on. And Bill very eloquently and expeditiously came back and was like, you know what, when you get it in motion, you reach back out to me. It's like, don't talk. Now is not the time for us to have the conversation and for me to give you an endorsement based on what you say you're going to do. But he basically said, when you put it in place, reach back out to me. And so what we want you to understand here is that it's not about what you say you're going to do. It's not about what you want to do. Now is the time for you to be about it. You're being judged and measured on what you are doing. So it's all about the action. It's all about your action. In terms of announcements, Pastor Fern, I don't have any. I know that we've got some anniversary events going out there. The Detroit October 6th anniversary events out there on Eventbrite, so I do want to put that out there. I know that there are things going on this weekend with Planet Cares and the golf tournament and everything.
Yes, we're super excited about that. This is our third annual charity golf classic, and we're excited because it allows us an opportunity to come out and have some fun. But it's all for a good cause. We're all out there, and we are. Listen to this. We are impacting the lives of homeless women who are living in shelters with their children. And you know, Director Vital, I want to say this because at convention we rolled out the Give Hope campaign so that we can give hope. Now we decided that we would roll that out early so that when Thanksgiving and Christmas come, we're not trying to figure out how we're going to take care of the families. We're already in motion to do it. And so I want to encourage because there were a lot of people who said, "Oh, my internet didn't work or the Wi-Fi didn't work while I was in the building, and so I, didn't get a chance to give." I want to encourage everyone to go to the website planetcaresfoundation.org and to give hope. Participate. You say, "I'm not out there and I can't golf with you guys," but you can give hope. So go out and give to the Planet Cares Foundation because we are giving hope during this holiday season, and we're about to go inside of it. We'll talk about it more when we move, but make sure that you check your calendars. There's a lot going on out here. Let me see. I do have a text message that I didn't get a chance to read it, but I did see it. I saw it come through. I can't read all of this, but I can tell you that you need to check your calendar for Fort Lauderdale because I don't want to misread. But Director Denisha Bailey from Jamaica will be there. Director Danielle Kedward from the UK will be there. Director Yvette Green from Charleston will be there. All six-figure income earners representing three separate countries. Can you imagine? You're going to have the US, you're going to have Jamaica, and you're going to have the UK in the house in Fort Lauderdale. So make sure that you're there September the 12th. Make sure that's tomorrow. Yeah. Make sure that you're there September the 12th. So listen, check your calendars. It's a lot going on, but we're looking forward to this weekend. And hey, when we open up, this is going to be so key. When we open up on today, we're going to go ahead and declare, "I build solid relationships based on trust."
I build solid relationships based on trust.
This has been your Inspirational Morning Vitamin. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Goodbye. See you back tomorrow.
All right, that is over with. What's up, Gills?
Mama, dang it well. You called us out. Why would you give me a skirt?
Girl.
I didn't ask for a skirt. You could have gave me some pants.
Well,
There is not even a cup.
y'all feed him? Girl, he ain't getting fed yet until we clean out that thing. Come on, Charlotte.
Dang it, 7:25. Come on, let's go.
Exactly.
I think that gonna hurt. Let me go get my bag. Oh, my leg.
Girl, gonna get a little warm in the afternoon.
Janelle.
I'm gonna my computer because I didn't do my homework, but I'm gonna ask her, can I do it today? Mama, is my glasses fixed yet?
No.
So they're gonna make it big?
Janelle, be quiet. Where your jacket at? Your backpack? Yes. Are you taking your jacket or not?
No, why would he take his jacket off? Okay, Shama, come on, let's go. Oh, something that's beating from his shoes.
Yeah, be quiet.
Mom, there's something that's staying inside my shirt.
Come
on. Mom, there's something that's stings me. Yeah. That's what you get. Ow, ow. Mama. Mama, something. How painful is it, Journey? That's how you make it seem.
Get your backpack.
Mama, my jacket not coming
See, whose was
off.
these?
Come on.
I think
No,
those
Lord.
were mine. Because
What are you doing?
this is a 6'6". I think I had a 6'7".
Girl, those are yours.
Shalom, come here. Shalom, come on. What are you doing? Get up.
Right on my pants. Girl, these was TJ.
No, she gave those to
I
me.
got them on today. Taking my food backing out.
Come on.
Yeah, that could go with your wizard.
Girl, you know,
Mama, do you need this passport?
girl, I need my mom.
What can you just do? You got the Oh, she's doing what she dropped us off.
Switch your place and you got this up.
I'm not doing nothing when I drop you off. I'm going to do it right now.
Well, I don't care. I ain't gonna do that. Yeah. You got this. Shalom. You ball game. Say hey to the camera.
I can't see. God.
Shalom. I don't care. Get the keys. Go on to the car. How about that?
Yeah, come on, let's go. Yeah, come on, guys. Just go see the cat.
Get the keys, Janelle.
Where are they?
Your daddy got them. I don't.
You're a little slow right now.
Mama, I didn't know that long bags could get that.
Whoa!
Open the door, Julia.
Yeah, that's good.
You didn't know that what can what? You're going to go to the car. These kids just let the door slam. Oh, you're probably like, what you doing? Switching out my purse to my coat purse. What?
Tablet.
We'll go get it.
Excuse me. 100%. That's what I'm talking about. Excuse me.
Oh, where's my jacket?
You want me to just bring your purse to the car? Ooh, eyelash glue. I like to clean out her eyelash glue. It's so
All right, go.
satisfying. Good, guys.
Janelle, come on.
Yeah, that was satisfying. That was clean, too.
Come on.
Come on. What time is it, guys? 7:34.
Yes. Pull it up. It's up. No. Come on. Okay. Come on.
I need to brush my teeth.
Come on.
What? What? The
Come on.
pizza can be in the middle. Yes, it will.
Okay, it'll fit in the middle, but when I try to buckle up, it will be in my way. So no.
No,
You're
it's
sitting
not.
right here.
No, it's not. Watch this. Watch.
Move! Stop!
No.
Leave the damn.
No. No.
Did you just fucking hear me?
I
Stop
don't.
making me mad.
Fuck.
Stop making me mad. I like to see you come and move it. I like to see you come and move me. Come and move me, little girl. Jaleel, come and move me. Come and move me. Let's see. Let's try. Stop.
Move.
Let's see. Come and try. Let's see. Come and try. Let's see. Come and try. Now move.
If you move, I will get back in my seat.
It's not like that. You can put up. Instead. Since Shiloh's sitting over there, his backpack will go under his feet. And since you're sitting over here, yours will go over your feet. And since I'm sitting right here, mine will go over my feet. Perfectly solved.
So where am I sitting?
Right where your backpack's
Right
at.
here?
Where your
Where my
backpack's at.
backpack is?
Ugh.
Right here? This how it's sitting.
Sit your
Liam. Ow.
Sit down. go in the damn middle. Oh, I got it. Put your damn backpack.
She'll fucking wrong. Now stop.
No, you're getting it.
What the glitter don't
Get up. Get up.
What the glitter don't clear.
Get up. Move. Boy, you move.
What?
So I can put the booster down. Sit down. Sit down.
What?
Sit down. Get up. Where do I sit?
Stop breaking my lipstick.
Move up.
It's under. She said, "Get in your
I mean, give me your car seat.
Well, my coffee.
Girl, be quiet. His car seat, you in the booster. Girl, who cares?
It's his coffee, your coffee. Sit down.
Need move.
Put his arms in. We'll do it then. Sir?
Get on my shelf for me so he can get every arm on me. No, you're not. My girl. No!
Jaleel, stop hollering.
No!
Why are you hollering? Girl, be quiet. Yell again. What's he messing with? Girl, shut up. Take these dang shit. Alright, whatever. I ain't getting you all nothing if you ain't getting the AirPods. You finna get a pop.
What airplane?
Shut up. Girl, be quiet. Wipe your face. You know, no. Don't let her reach over here again. Okay.
And you're going back to the dentist anyway. And you act like we still ain't got more appointments. Find over there 2 or 1 t-shirt. They ain't even see shit. How did she say us getting dirty?
People.
That's why YouTube didn't let the video. That's why YouTube didn't let the comment come through.
I don't. I'm not talking. I was talking to them. Nobody. They don't care. I don't. Nobody cares. Not talking to them. Nobody.
Don't stop it.
Nobody's here.
Our senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care 800-234-6490 or go to oxcarcare.com.
We're back with Ask the Experts Special Edition 2024 Presidential Debate After the Debate. Call in now with your questions at 615-737-9292.
Shut up, Julian.
Good morning, Amanda, if you're still in here. I meant to say hi, but I got sidetracked looking at a dumb comment of a stupid person. Y'all didn't see the comment, of course. It's YouTube hell. I did. Hello, don't start all that. I don't know where no car is.
Stop me. I need to get my car.
Girl, give him something out of his back there. How to get in.
I said my car.
Don't you have a car in your backpack?
No. Ow.
Yeah, get it.
I can't. I'm in a seatbelt.
I can't hear. Get his car in here.
They did that girl wrong. They put her face when she got beat up by Suzuki on Roblox.
Shouldn't be on there trying to be something you're not. Someone on Instagram saying, I'm just doing this for TV. I'm not this person. Girl, we know. Doing this something for a chick. Everything is not worth money. Getting your face beat to a pole is not worth money.
Virginia.
Let's get back. There may be Kids 101. Oh, you're a sex offender. Registered ex-sex offender, 17 years from Virginia. Yeah. Everybody, who is Kids 101? Y'all know who it is. The one that was looking at y'all video talking about Journey Head on the sports bra and all that. Him. Yeah, when she was 7. Why are you looking at a girl that's behind me? Okay. It's people weird. But I'm weird. They got all sex offenders over there. People that was on the register for 18 years. For touching mentally challenged people and underage and sex, asking underage girls to do things inappropriately. But I'm the weirdo. No, I'm just trying to protect my children from you and others. And this world of weirdos, like the Democrats. They got money to do sex changes on illegal immigrants. They have no money for the American people. No money for the American people.
How do you drive like that?
Like,
With both your hands are still.
that's how you're supposed to drive. You won't be getting no license.
Oh, I did T-Bar with one hand.
Girl, okay, he got his license. Just told you how you're supposed to drive. Y'all quiet.
I'm usually
Good.
quiet.
Janelle was crying, so good. She needed to be quiet.
I'm always quiet.
Yeah, you won the Powerball. Send us some. Somebody said they won the Powerball. I told them to send us some.
So I have anxiety because I too hungry.
What? You want a Power Wheel Bugatti? No, they said they won the Powerball, baby. That's the lotto.
No, he said that he won't.
I know what he's saying he won't, but he's probably saying that because I said Powerball. That made him think of a Power Wheel.
I said I want a Power Wheel.
Bugatti. I know, I heard you.
You'll get it for Christmas.
No, he got one of these places. Cool.
You got a lot of prices that I never knew you had.
Sure do. Lots. Coaches, Michael Kors, Nine Ways,
It's like when I go
Burton,
in your closet, I don't see the
Marc
person.
Jacobs. No,
It's like you pull
girl,
it
and
out.
I'm not gonna have another one until I become a millionaire. I shouldn't have out there.
There's nothing wrong with that person.
So the strap is so dirty.
Okay? It's the strap. That's like you can't wash it.
Right now, it's probably taking to the dry cleaners. Janelle, what?
No one. Julian, shut up!
All right, girl, what's wrong with your eyes? You shouldn't have been crying. Nothing wrong with your eyes, man. What is you trying to say? You're going to school.
You want to wear them glasses? That's fine.
Right.
You don't know
Wear
what they
them.
are.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
When these new ones come, they said in 7 to 10 days because their technician is, I don't know, out or behind or whatever. So yours won't be back as quick as Journey's came back.
Yeah, I'm expecting they didn't think we was going to be early.
So girl, they ain't expecting to see you in this car. Here we are.
y'all.
I tell you, people in politics and decisions come between their family, their friendships, and all other kind of stuff. I don't got time for that, honey. God got me covered. So, it is what it is. Here we are, attendance matter, and y'all 10 minutes on time.
Yeah.
My mom was on time.
Right there.
Oh, there go, what's his name?
Love you.
What's his name? There go
Shasha,
Brandon.
can you give mama a kiss?
Brayden.
I said there go Brandon.
I thought you said Brandon.
Girl, open your door.
Brandon. Hurry up.
Never mind, he gonna climb up.
Kiss, kissy.
Your third grade. He waiting for you, Janelle. Go see you.
Okay, open it up. Now, love you. Peace, love, and hair grease. Not bye. It's peace, love, and hair grease. Won't say bye.
See you later.
Hey,
And it could not. That girl was so sweet at the fair. She came up just to Shala and Julia just to
And
say hi.
Tyree, a video of her popped up on his Facebook. Yeah.
That girl, what's his name? Dang, I can't forget all his name. What's his name? His name is something with a B. Bobby.
All righty, 3 down. Well, actually 4 down if you include my high schooler, but he rides the bus.
So 4 down and 1 more.
4 down and a 1 to go.
And then it's going to be like all of us to go. Because you're going to be getting out the car.
Damn, hush.
Oh.
Well, we all will be leaving the house together and going to a destination. Like I won't be going back home. I'll be going to my destination after. What is that?
The middle? There you go. Look at this. Ew, that does look ugly.
They green looking. Oh shit, what she doing?
It got words on it. I played that.
Hey man, advertising the business. That's how you get the business right out, girl. You better start paying attention to your mama. My next car gonna have my business logo on it.
On that color or on the side?
Girl, on the sides, like the church van. A church is a non-profit. I'm sure they can get deductions from it, from stuff they buy from the church. Non-profit, EIN.
First day of school, I did not want to do. I got that.
Need to make me a hair appointment. Like I said, I told y'all my appointment's after. When you and Charlotte go back to the business? It's the same day. No, it's not no 15th. 15th is on a Sunday.
The 13th.
Girl, no.
The 20th.
Yeah, like it's more towards the end of the month.
The 20th on a Monday.
Girl, I don't know. I have to check to see what the appointment is in my phone.
Okay.
And if Janelle doing cross country, she gotta get a physical.
Janelle, she already got a physical.
I didn't get her a physical this year. When did she get physical?
Oh, not this year.
Exactly. You have to get the physical every year when you're doing sports. Which, I mean, I get y'all physical every year anyway. It just don't be as soon as school starts.
I'll be better at football than basketball.
Girl, yeah, right.
But I can't tell my shoot, I was to go. I still don't know how to dribble to this day. I was practicing, and still.
So what made you want to say I want to play basketball then if you don't even know how to do it?
Because I like the basketball.
Well, you need to talk to your brother then and your cousin.
But I like football. I don't like basketball.
Okay, well you have two cousins that's starters on the football team. That's twins.
And a brother. And a cousin. Well, 3 cousins.
What brother?
DT.
DT, girl, that was old as far as he played football in his younger days. I mean, yes, he can give you some pointers, but I'm talking about the twins are
Definitely
seniors.
Wow.
Yeah, really, Didi ain't even here yet.
She comes at 8:07 or something like that.
Yeah, see, normally they just not getting dropped off at school at this time. So we like 15 minutes earlier than we normally get here.
It's just me and this girl here.
Yeah, some people be here
I don't know what
early.
she.
Then their parents,
Oh, there they go.
people parents that have to be at work at 6:30.
Then they get here at 8 o'clock. I thought they get here at 8.
Oh, she just dropped off right there.
Didi mom did not like doing all that. She parked right there, dropped them off every day.
Hey girl, we beat y'all. Nobody here saying anything. Hey, crazy dancer. I'm in Australia. It's about 100 million USD, but over here there's no taxes. Ooh, hey Josh. Just went on Saturday. Money isn't clear yet, but we'll donate some. Oh, thank you, Josh. Blessings to you and your family. I'll do it from 10 to leave in a minute, watch. Yeah, I got her school an hour early. What?
Maybe looking for something.
Girl, then what I cut my car off for? Thought you was getting in. Okay, good. When it get real cold, remember that. Now, remember that.
Well, you can still keep it off.
Why the window?
Because you get in the car. I took the booster out for you. It's not as cold as yesterday.
Now they want to use me to sit in the car.
But I'm going to sit in the car.
Yeah, I want to see a few more people here.
Yeah, I tried to do that. I'm trying to show you what I tried to show you.
Well, I can talk to my people on my phone.
Oh, yeah. When we went on that ride.
Did anybody watch the debate last night? I saw it as a speech and an attack.
That ride is
But
tall.
hey.
She said the people out down there look like roaches. She's supposed to stop crying. It's crazy. Oh, you was talking about what's his name? Oh, I've been about that. Janelle was making me laugh the whole ride. I could not stop laughing. Okay, stop. Wait, since when? You get.
Let me go to my video last night. I did.
I'm gonna get back there with you. I'm trying to look it back.
Like Kamala, I tried. I tried, Brittany. I tried, man.
I know. I just thought it. She's so cute. I think I sent it to. I don't got it.
And Tay, we debunking everything. Everything she said, we debunking it.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, I just want to see. Mom, that's just
Hold up.
I don't even want to know. I don't need to.
It's remarkable. You can see the effects.
Stop.
Why you?
I can't even remember. I hadn't made the whole song. Nope. My
Trump
son has gone to 2024. Do you remember my song got made? It was what beat it was. They said no breastfeeding today.
Oh, that's the good. That's the good. Beat up. Mama? Wait, say what?
Race on July 21st.
They got to debate y'all.
Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns.
They
The
lying.
candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss and chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin
Yeah,
tonight
right.
with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country.
My bad, y'all.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
Who
And I am
cares?
actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
Oh my God.
I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given.
Within the first year, ain't nobody having no new babies.
Families can afford to buy a crib.
So what are you doing for the ones that's not having new babies?
My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner.
Well, we didn't get no money. You gave the Asians $26.9 billion.
$50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses.
Not hearing
knowing
it.
they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which is 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result.
I'll speak on two things. She said, first of all, she has not answered the question. They asked you, do you think the American people are better off now than they were 4 years ago? She started out talking about, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. What does that have to do with answering the question? Do you feel like we are better now than we were 4 years ago? She did not even answer that. What are you talking about? Okay, you're going to give $6,000 credit to parents. Okay, those are for parents that just had a baby. And you have to have two within that same year. So I hope y'all reading these bills that y'all listening to her. Who having 2 years within 1 year? Who having two kids back to back? I had them. They end up being 17 months apart and 18 months apart, but that's still not back to back per se. But anyway, and then the other thing she said, she passionate about small businesses. Well, you surely didn't give nobody black business any money except for the Asian American and the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, $26.9 billion to be exact in 2023 and $17.3 billion in 2022. So what are you talking about? Whose small business are you passionate about? Like, you need to put some names on it, because you just talking. I'm passionate about small business. Well, whose small businesses are you passionate about? Are you passionate about everyone's small business, or are you just passionate about the Asian American small business? It's like, come on now, be specific. And then this made up Trump tax she just made up. That doesn't even exist. Just continue.
For middle-class families, and about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
Oh, no.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
The last she
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact,
and that's why they kept the tariffs in place.
With so much money, they can't. They would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places that left the tariffs on.
Ain't nobody having no new
tariffs,
kids.
and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago.
Sure are.
This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. Yes. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon.
And will be.
And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We
Sure
are
did.
immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Come on and respond.
I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald
Cost
Trump
of pricing going up.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression.
The lies.
Donald Trump left us the worst.
She forgot we had a pandemic. But okay. So now she blaming the China pandemic on him.
Public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what
The attack on our democracy is you and the Democratic administration.
have done is clean up.
Depopulation, inflation through the roof, gas prices through the roof, food prices through the roof, homelessness through the roof, 20+ million illegals in our country, taking over small cities, doubling city sizes. Running cars into gun shops, stealing the guns, sending the kids in there after the ammo, running their cars into people because they don't know how to drive the Haitians, eating people cats, going to the park, getting the ducks out the pond, eating the ducks. Like, this stuff is happening for real. While people are like, oh, he's talking about they eating the cats and ducks. Where are y'all at? Y'all are overworked. And that's why y'all don't know any of this information. Because they are eating the cats, the dogs, the ducks, the geese. They are overworked where you don't even know. Anyway,
Donald Trump's
who
mess.
are you? You don't know what I
What we
can
have
control.
done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell y'all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies.
We hear yours.
And name calling. What you're
He
going to
ain't
hear
called you no
tonight
names.
is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025.
Girl, he ain't
that
even
the
a part of
president
it.
intends on implementing if he were elected today.
Stop your lies.
I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together when we have so much more.
And what do you mean people like you, Anthony? And once again, YouTube heard your comment because obviously they find it offensive. Can't handle your own damn life.
In common than what separates us, and I pledge
Do
to
you?
be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
Yeah, come on with it.
I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
Thank you.
That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it.
I have a business that allows me to make 5 to 7 additional streams of income. I can make that. And can you? Or are you just a worker? Do you have any businesses? Any investments? I'm not a middle class. You don't know what I am. People like you. I know I'm not voting for her now. Now, I don't have to speak on politics. I know that. Now, I know I don't want tampons in the boys' bathroom. I know if she got all this money to transgender illegal, she should have money to fix America. I do know she's not trying to put a wall up. The only wall they're gonna put up is when they trying to keep us in here, turn us into communists. You know, like The Handmaid's Tale. You should go check that movie out. That's gonna be the United States if they get back in office. But she won't. She won't get in. She won't get in. You don't have to have 1,000 employees. Did I say I have 1,000 employees? I'm my own boss in my own business. I don't have employees. I have other people start them businesses. Oh, Brittany, it is good, girl. It is good. When it opens up your eyes, like seriously. You should definitely check out season 1 if that. It has like 4 or 5 seasons. Now I know plenty of talking points. Do you know any? You telling me what I know, however, you don't know anything. You keep on talking about people like you and this is this, but you haven't came with no talking points, no facts, no receipts, just somebody hiding behind a fake name and a blacked out picture. Good day. Get out of my chat. Brittany, you can send them on the flight on up out of here. Now they can go make another page. I don't employ anyone. I show people how to start their own business. I don't have employees. I'm sorry. Now, come back tomorrow with your same mindless thoughts or make up another account and come. Or how about you come with your real name and let me know who you are? You liable to be somebody that I know in real life. Mad that I'm not voting for Kamala.
Obviously, I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad.
I don't need to check out Project 2025. It has nothing to do with Trump, so why do I need to check it out? You go check it out, because obviously you haven't. He just said he don't have nothing to do with that. So where are you talking about? He's publicly said that for months. He hasn't read it, don't want to read it. It's a group of people that came up with some stuff. Some may be good, some may be bad. He don't know because he don't care because he has nothing to do with it. So I don't need to check out Project 2025. You need to check it out. Now I'm going to rewind it for you in case you didn't hear her lie and say how he's over it. And then he said he has nothing to do with it. He don't even know what it is. And all this can be debunked. We know that the Democrats put that lie out there. And since y'all just overworked and just listened to the talking points instead of going to do your own research, it flew high. So they just let the information stay out there. Are we just going to let them keep believing he's a part of that? Because that's what got them. They got them thinking, oh, he's going to give all the police immunity. They already getting away with killing us anyway. What is that? He ain't doing nothing. Y'all act like he can just go in there and just cast the vote. Bam. But I know one thing, the vice president and the president can close the border. I do know that. They don't have to take no vote on that.
On our democracy.
Rewind.
They're dangerous. They're at the I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the comment.
Come on, respond.
I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald
Cost
Trump
of pricing going up.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies.
We hear yours. And whether people came from his cabinet that wrote it or not, it doesn't matter. He's not a part of it, so it doesn't matter. I see people, Democrats turning Republican and Republicans supposed to turn Democrat all the time. And what does that mean? But I really encourage you to read it. He's not a part of it. I don't care nothing about it. I don't care nothing about the police getting immunity. I don't. Because they already getting away with doing it anyway. You act like that's something, woo-woo. We're already dealing with that. Ain't gonna happen.
Name calling. What you're
He
going
ain't called you no names.
is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025.
Girl, he ain't even a part of it.
Intends on implementing if he were elected again.
Stop your lies.
I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together when we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
Show my face. Yeah, come on with it. And not just saying
you know, and she knows better than anyone. I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
Thank you.
That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before.
Indeed.
The greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic.
Right. You can't blame him for the pandemic.
1917, where 100 million people died. Hasn't been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns. We got we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at this economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And
Trump, come, baby. You look stressed, Kamala.
The world have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit.
You already in office.
Laureates have described his economic
exploded
that would increase inflation next year, would invite
only 3 before y'all hit the office.
You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Girl, cut it out. You're defending yourself from y'all liars.
I went to the Wharton School.
Like you look like a black man.
Professors, the top professors.
And all that Donald Trump has no plan for you. She didn't tell us a plan.
It's going to bring up our worth.
Let's do a Trump name count.
All she is saying is Trump. Trump. And Trump is Trump.
Good, solid.
Said her name not one.
For our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She has Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Right. What's the plan in Kamala?
Something you both brought up. The vice president brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication.
What would that have to do? How? When he's charging other countries
$4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're going to have higher prices. What's going to happen? Who's going to have higher prices? Is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off.
Y'all better listen.
I charge. I was
The
the
whole
only
world
person
is going to
ever.
be tariff. Like,
China
y'all
was paying
just
us
listen to
hundreds
anything.
of billions of
dollars in tariffs.
Other countries. And you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs.
They did.
The tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country. I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at the poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
It was.
President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration.
It's y'all said yes, and I'm also gay, right? And the gay's not even
Well,
full.
let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military. Basically sold us out.
The China military been better than
China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce, so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick
We
in
already
terms
got the
of
short end of the
workers'
stick,
rights.
We already on the short end of the damn stick.
With COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible
and we talking about what
for
you have done for the last
giving
3.5
us
years.
transparency about the origins of COVID.
And that's why he thanked them.
First of all, they bought the chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to say right. She's gone to my philosophy. But
she's right.
if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist.
And this person, I'm from Europe.
Her father's a
the
Marxist.
Same place she ain't been.
Economics. And he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say.
Right.
And I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you say, they have to hate our country.
President Trump.
Right, because she do hate our country, for real.
Of abortion, President Trump, you often touted that you were last year. You said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion.
We shouldn't trust her either because she don't have any children.
Therefore, why should we trust
So the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at
in the 9th month.
West Virginia,
that's murder.
Governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby.
Mike, are you kidding me?
Because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country.
And
is really out of it.
Tampons in the boys' bathroom.
Says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth is execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And
that's what you did.
Genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
Right. Thank you, Trump.
You did also. 85% of Republicans do exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are.
He don't care if you die. He's still gonna make you have the baby if it's for your health. Just heard it out his own mouth.
For 52 years, every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response.
My whole thing is every time if Trump say something, the moderators give him a rebuttal, but they never give her a rebuttal. Because if you go read Roe versus Wade, it does say you can get an abortion in the 7th plus month. And also that the previous governor that he's talking about did say as far as possibly terminating the baby in the 9th month or having the baby and deciding what to do with the baby after the baby's here. Like these people, okay, quit having, if you don't want no babies, then wrap it up or quit having sex. Point blank period. Or quit sleeping with people that you don't want to have babies with. This has nothing to do with, abortion is not health care. Abortion is not birth control. And like we said, he didn't ban it. He just put it back into the control of your state. So if you live in Tennessee like me, Tennessee controls what happens, which means you go out and vote locally if you want something to be changed. Don't listen to somebody that don't even have children. It's telling you all this advice about children that she don't have, which means she don't know. Yeah, she got nieces, whoop-de-doo, that she never see.
As I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising.
Why would they say that?
Let's understand.
Why did they respond back to him?
Donald Trump hand-selected.
This, like I said, this was not no damn debate. This was not a debate. She had these questions beforehand. This was a damn speech and an attack against Trump. ABC should have basically been standing behind the podium with their microphones with Kamala.
That they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states,
they were biased
there are
in the
Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body.
And quit calling them Trump abortion bans. The damn Congress had to vote on this.
Does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
The baby is not their body.
And one
That's a whole other body now.
Their faith or deeply held beliefs to
This
agree.
person, if she becomes
Government
president,
and
your
Donald
country
Trump
is
certainly
lost.
should not be telling a woman what to do.
This person is a non-American.
Body.
Good
I
look
have
if y'all
talked
actually
with
met her
women
because y'all are
around our
cool.
country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to
Trump
term,
is against it.
suffering from a
Did you
miscarriage,
not hear him?
like care in an emergency room.
She on bullshit.
Providers are afraid they might go to jail.
No, she just want abortion, period. Like, just period.
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want
He
that.
said incest, health of the mother, and race.
Incest, being forced to carry a pregnancy to term, they don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill,
Did not say that.
Oh, y'all didn't hear the black accent when she was talking about the abortion, huh? Yep, I'm gonna let you hear it. They don't want that. They don't want that. Y'all didn't hear it? Yeah, she pandering to y'all because y'all the ones out here getting them. 60 million babies have been aborted since 1973. Planned Parenthood, aka the Negro Project. She pandering to y'all right now. They don't want that. That's how y'all sound. That's how we sound. They don't want that. Wow. Wow. They don't want that. Funny. I got to rewind it because I didn't catch that last night. That's a whole nother body now. I didn't catch that last night. I was over talking her.
There are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means.
When you just heard Trump say he's not for abortions, he's pro-life, except for rape, incest, and health to the mother. So why does she keep on lying and ABC didn't correct her? He just said that. I'm gonna finish this. Let her say they don't want that. They don't want that. Yeah, she pandering to y'all blacks.
Survivor of a crime, a violation to their body,
Listen.
does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
The baby is not their body.
And one
That's
does
a whole
not
nother
have
body
to
now.
abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to
This person
agree.
said if she
The
becomes
government
president,
and
your
Donald
country
Trump
is
certainly
lost.
should not be telling a woman what to do.
This person is a non-American.
Body.
Good luck
I have
if y'all
talked
actually
with
elect her
women
because y'all are
around our
cooked.
country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to
Trump
term,
is against it.
suffering from a
Did you
miscarriage,
not hear him?
denied care in an emergency room.
She
because
on
their
bullshit.
Providers are afraid they might go to jail.
No, she just want abortion, period. Like, just period.
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want
He
that.
said incest, health of the mother, and rape.
Incest? Being forced to carry a pregnancy to term?
She just repeated the same thing over and over. Who's being forced to carry a baby to term? If it's threatening the mother's health, what are you talking about? If it's incest, if it's rape, you're not caring. What are you talking about? She's just lying, and she just said the same exact thing over and over and over.
I don't want that.
They don't want that.
Pledge to you.
They don't want that.
Care in an emergency room.
She on bullshit.
Providers are afraid they might go to jail.
No, she just want abortion, period. Like, just period.
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want
He
that.
said incest, health of the mother, and rape.
Incest? Being forced to carry a pregnancy to term?
Why she said again?
They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill,
You did not say that. This said the health of the mother, you not carrying it to term. If you were raped, you don't have to carry it to term. If it was, what is she talking about? She just lied.
But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand?
Good. Quit fucking.
There would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your.
She made me mad. I just had to say quit for.
I think the American.
You don't care that you don't have no children, so why are you worried?
Freedom, particularly the freedom to make
I'm
decisions.
thinking that your mama should have aborted you.
Should not be made by the government. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody gonna come in my check and gonna say, your mama should have aborted you to me. And that's why I just said your mama should have aborted you. Like, you know. Of course I don't believe that, but I just was being a ass like they were trying to be to me. I ain't gonna come in my chat and say my mama should have aborted me. Like, you think you can just be rude and just say anything to me and I'm just not supposed to say nothing back? The nerves. Know what's wrong with this world. Now God does say hold your tongue, so I can kill you with kindness. Like, I don't gotta go all in on you like how, you know, you do me. I know how to watch my tongue, but I still know how to say and be heard. Lying like a mud. They don't want that. Sound crazy. I'm gonna put it up on my computer. They don't want that. And, It's something that I want to hear. I'm gonna go back to my video. My words. Okay, y'all. Hold it. Got my video back.
Out of exhaustion and boredom.
Really?
And I will tell you, the one
did she
thing
ask you about a rally?
is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams.
Yeah, that's all I hear him talk about at his rally
And I'll tell you,
is the American people.
Deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you
Wait a minute. Let me go back. To the they don't want that.
The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
When it turned out to immigration and
Right, he telling the truth.
It's important the Republicans, Democrats.
She don't care. She don't got no kids.
Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root
Okay,
causes
Brittany.
of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly.
Yeah, right. Y'all must be on her
Why
side.
did the administration wait until 6 months before
Right.
the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there's so many families watching tonight who've been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute
Some BS like what you said or RB.
trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings.
Where the bill at, Kamala?
That bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
And what you
And I'll
do?
tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject.
Girl, immigration is the subject.
Girl, yes, the hell it is the subject. I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Really?
And I will tell you, the one
Did she
thing
ask you about a rally?
is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams.
Yeah, that's all I hear him talk about at his rally
And I'll tell you,
is the American people.
deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Girl, bye.
Thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask you, why did you try to kill that bill?
Why you can't respond?
Would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
Here's our new responders to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies.
And don't.
And
She bust the homeless people in and pay them to go.
And then showing them in a different light. So she can talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies.
And
in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III. Just to go to another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it.
What?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating...
They are eating the cake. Why is she standing there laughing when she know this shit is true?
This is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as
Eating cats and ducks and geese and dogs.
they want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase: make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids. I just want to clarify here, you look at Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Yeah, right. Stop lying.
My dog was taken and used for food, so maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager. I'm not taking this from television. I'm taking it from the city manager.
ABC definitely is for her. He can't say nothing bad.
Again, Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Let me respond to the rest.
Y'all lying. I saw a video with the police arresting the lady that ate the cat.
This is, I think, one of the reasons.
A man walking around with the duck with the head off that he had got from the park.
200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congressmember Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if you didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief.
Well, 83% of the people that work for you quit, ma'am. And it's on record.
His former national security advisor has said he's dangerous and.
Let me go to the Pops channel. It was this channel that I like. They were live reacting to it too. It's called Pop and Politics. And Pop and Politics. Let me see. I'm gonna.
The endorsement of.
Let's see.
Embarrassing.
We gonna.
Hold up.
Better thank you in my person at
Which
nation.
number 2? You know why Kamala?
Person in our nation has benefited from that.
No, I want y'all to hear this first.
And then when you go online, you gonna see everybody saying things like, "Oh, don't play with black women. Black women do this. Don't play with black women. Black women don't play with black." That's her whole strategy to win. During the debate in 2020 with Mike Pence, every headline, every tweet, everybody was talking about how she was saying, I'm speaking, Mr. Pence, I'm speaking," more than any policy stance she had.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
The important is you said the truth.
She don't care about appealing to y'all about her policies. She don't care about appealing to y'all on the intellectual level. She wants y'all to get on Twitter and be like, a black woman do this.
Right.
A black woman
Exactly.
do that. That's her whole plan to win. Do y'all feel dumb? Because she think y'all dumb. I'm going to be the sassy black woman, and I'm going to win the debate from the low IQ retard. I'm going to say, I'm a sassy black woman, and I'm going to win a debate from the low IQ people, which is the majority of you guys. That's what you want to do. And they also said reporters will be in the room to report on what can be heard when mics are muted. Okay, so the fake news will be in the room to report on what can be heard while mics are muted.
Because her mic wasn't muted sometimes.
She's so desperate to be the sassy black woman. She even got reporters in the room to tell y'all what she being sassy. This is so crazy to me. I'm so ready to see what memes y'all are going to make, how distracted y'all are going to be from the fact that migrants are getting $150,000 down payments in homes.
But she want to give you a 60,000 tax credit.
Migrants are getting shelter and
25,000 home buy loan
here in California. But y'all gonna be on Twitter talking about, oh, Kamala was she's sassy. Oh my God,
she got Trump.
White man.
And I'm sassy. I know I'm sassy. So for me not to be for this fake ass sassy, supposed to be black, we don't act like this.
To win you over, but she wants to win the low IQ people over by being the sassy black woman. Are you guys?
Let's see.
Republicans, you guys remember the names he made up for the Bushes and for
Hold up.
they were pretty. I mean, they were.
This one.
They've chosen against him,
and they have especially when it comes to international anything.
Right here.
Person in our nation has benefited from that work. You know, everywhere I go, I tell people, you may not be a union member, but you better thank unions for that 5-day work week. You better thank a union
You better thank her.
leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave.
Who is
You
this?
better thank a union member for vacation time. So, friends, 64 days until the most election of our lives. Let's just get through the next 64 days.
Really?
And we will help this win in 2020. And in 2024, we will win again.
Now listen,
and
listen.
you all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024. Well, the courts will handle that, and we will handle November. How about that? Here's the thing. The courts are going to handle that. We're going to beat them in November.
November. Girl, stop it.
This woman is so
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing. We're going to beat them in November.
2024.
So fake. So fake. This is why, and I've said this on this broadcast before, this is why people gravitate to Trump. Like him or hate him, he is the same. We talked about this last week. Back in 2016 or 2015, when they were running and he was in the primary, he talked about all those Republicans. You guys remember the names he made up for the Bushes and for Rubio and all of those people that were running against him. And he's still the same guy, whether he's talking in Detroit, whether he's talking in Chicago, or whether he's talking in rural Pennsylvania. Like him. Opposite of that, of course, is Kamala, where we see her.
All she does is memorize some catchy phrase, cackles, and then she repeats, puts it on, play and repeat all the time. It catches on and she just doesn't let it go. She's embarrassing. I keep saying that, and I hate to say it because I know it just sounds critical, not because she's a woman, but because she's embarrassing as a woman.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. She's not sassy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean,
she's silly.
Yeah, she is ridiculous. She's cringy.
Mm-hmm.
She's actually that's the way to describe her. That's the only way. She is not sassy. In fact, I can disagree with someone and still be like, okay, that person is she's sassy. She has good presentation.
Like me.
Sure. Yes, we don't agree on everything, but so. I mean, a person can be a Democrat and still present. I'm like, okay, it's a good presentation, at least.
Right.
She doesn't have presentation.
Right.
And that laugh, it's a nervous laugh.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's a drunk laugh. It's a wino from Good Times laugh.
Yeah. Because she doesn't have anything in her head to say.
Yeah, it sounds like a nervous laugh when she says something and she doesn't believe in herself.
Or she doesn't know what else to say. I mean, you're right, y'all. It is a nervous laugh. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was like, it's not because she's a woman. Again, to me, firstly, I believe that if you are a woman and you're going to run for the highest office in America, you have to be on point. You got to be on point with policy. You got to be on point with your demeanor, with your delivery, all of it. You have to be on point. And she is not on any of those items. Remember Carly Fiorina? Remember her from the primary in 2015, 2016? Yes. She was a bulldog.
Yes, she was.
Yes, she was sassy. Right. She did not play around. She knew her policy. She knew what to say. And, I wouldn't vote for her, but I thought that, when we look at the team of people we had at the time, but she knew what she was talking about. Same thing with Condoleezza Rice.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Right, Tulsi Gabbard. I don't agree with Tulsi Gabbard on many of the issues, but she actually walks the walk, talk the walk. Yeah.
Talks the talk.
Right, walk the walk. Yeah, but Kamala Harris is a joke. It's a joke. And I really hope, what are you guys looking forward to tonight from Trump? What do you hope how do you want him to come out of this?
So again, I said I want him to be cool, calm, collected, and clear. And I think if he stays in that lane, if you will, stays in.
Yeah, and he did.
3.
Start in the same place. Some folks might need more. Equitable distribution.
1 minute.
Let's clip 3.
It has to be about a goal of saying everybody should end up in the same place. And since we didn't start in the same place, some folks might need more.
Yeah, like the Americans.
giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity, understanding not everyone starts out
what
at the
is
same
equity?
place. So there's a big
Yeah,
difference
we are
between equality
people.
and equity.
We are not property.
Equality suggests often everybody should get the
Oh,
same
we are though.
Well, that often assumes everybody started out in the same place, as opposed to equity, which is everyone should end up in the same place. And if you then understand not everybody started out in the same place, you understand some people need more. So we all end up in the same place.
Girl, stop.
Right?
Everybody not going to end up in the same place.
That equity is one of our
Because everybody not going to want to put in the work.
Proud of the fact that we understand equality is important, but not everybody starts out on the same base. We see that people in our country are having an experience that is not equal. So when we talk about
right in our country,
together, it is recognizing that and being guided by this principle of what we must.
I caught it. When she say country, y'all, she mean the world. That's what she means. She don't just mean the United States of America as a country. She mean the entire world.
Do in the spirit and in the interest of equity.
And that's because she don't know the difference between countries and a world.
To put equity firmly at the center of our economic policy. But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners.
When and where?
Yeah. So again, is that something we should? I mean, people need to understand what that actually means, Shelley.
What is this place, this equitable place that we will all end up at? Where is it? What is it? What does that mean? Who says that I want to end up where?
In an equitable place.
What does that mean?
The hell?
How does the government, or certainly Kamala Harris, get to decide where I should or want to end up? Where? I mean, tell me. I still don't understand that. Where is this place, and why should I automatically be given the mandate?
Who is Herman Mustard?
A communist utopia. That's what she's talking about.
You will own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
Yep, you will own nothing and be happy.
End up in this amazing, beautiful place, but you got to give a little bit more to the unfortunates.
Yeah.
You know, and who decides
who's unfortunate
receives more and who receives less.
Right.
So that
the main thing you need to worry about is how much is she taking from you.
Right.
To make
Exactly.
it make it equal.
Right.
Yeah. And how much we take from someone, how much we give to someone, and she is in charge of that. Like this benevolent dictator.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It not just is dangerous, it's angering, because ultimately, if you're not asking the right questions, you have to at least come to the conclusion, or if you are asking the right questions, that they think we're dumb.
Yeah.
They don't think highly of regular Americans to be able to just have an intelligent, ordinary people kind of conversation and come to these conclusions on their own. Where the hell is this place that you're taking me that I should want to end up to be equitable with everyone else?
Right. And we also have, of course, the Never Trumpers. If you guys can see on the TV behind us, that is with Chris Christie. So he's part of the Never Trumpers. I think this week he what was the lady whose dad was the Secretary of State, Liz Cheney. A bunch of them came out in support of Kamala Harris. So this is what you can tell now that these people are phony, because again, we're talking about equity. This is absolutely a communist kind of idea, and you have these people who are supposed to be conservative, who are supposed to be Republican, voting for this woman,
right?
And she's got ideas like equity,
right? Also, remember, now they have Chris Christie on this screen talking to him and Liz Cheney, like you mentioned. But remember, when RFK said that he was dropping out and basically was going to support Trump, he was a traitor. You know, he was whatever the word, whatever.
Right. So what are they?
But now that the Republicans, so-called Republicans, are saying they're not going to vote for Trump, they are the best thing since sliced bread.
Well, and the other thing that we have a problem with in this country is that the uniparty. So these people are not, they don't have a side. And they also know that Kamala is easily moldable. Like, she will do whatever it takes to just be in power. And that's convictions. So even Bernie Sanders, like, he spoke out against her.
Look at this lying woman. I'm sorry. I can't even believe she still has a job after what she did during, 2016?
I think so,
yeah. When she fed them the debate question to Hillary Clinton prior to the debate. Actually, ABC had the nerve to even have her place her fat face up on a debate screen. I can't even believe it. She cheated. How many of us you cheated?
I'm telling you, they gave Kamala them questions before the debate. What's this?
insurance.
On everything. Here she is in clip 4.
It was a major pillar of her first presidential campaign and would force 150 million Americans onto government health insurance. Here's a flashback.
Access to affordable health care should not be a privilege, it should be a right.
You support the Medicare for All bill, I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it.
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care, and you don't have to go through the process of going through an insurance company. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
Vice President Kamala has been a vocal supporter of Medicare for All, co-sponsoring the bill with Senator Bernie Sanders in 2017 and campaigning on the platform in 2019. On the campaign trail, she called for the end to private insurance and more.
Who here would abolish their private health insurance in favor of a government-run plan?
You got nobody.
All right.
She's advocated for Medicare for All with a 10-year phase-in period. This would add significantly to the nation's debt, costing $44 trillion. And that's a
44 trillion?
Everyone in this country on Medicare.
It would also cover folks that were non-citizens, undocumented workers as well.
Wow.
It was pretty expansive. We rely upon the existing Medicare program and would end private health insurance as we know it today.
Well, you see, there she is, flip-flopping Kamala. Laughing stock Kamala. She's talking about getting rid of our private health insurance. Shelley?
Well, Kamala flips more than Gabby, what's her name, Gabby Douglas, the gymnast.
Yeah.
She flips more than Gabby Douglas does at the Olympics in her practices. So again, I'm all ready for the debate, but I don't have high expectations for the media that they're going to be biased, and I don't have any high expectations for her that she's going to be covered and protected by the media.
Yep, and they're going to be biased.
All still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
Let's go!
Let's see.
We'll be there.
Watch it with
ABC
them.
News presidential debate.
Because it was some stuff that I...
President Donald Trump in June. Since
I
then,
mean, we might
it's
change
taken
that
on
law.
an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for two candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to come for the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris elected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the
Yeah,
stage.
because her podium got her notes over there.
First of all, well, it's interesting because I wonder who should have been announced first because he was a former president.
Kamala Harris. Second base.
Oh, she's short.
She's short.
She's a midget.
She's short.
Can you expect see her talking to the podium?
Oh, wow, she's
Short.
not tall.
He should have been announced first because he was a former
Kamala
president.
Harris. Second base.
Oh, wow, she looks tall. Oh, wow.
She's short.
She's short.
She's a midget.
She's short.
Can you expect see her talking to the podium?
Good evening.
She's short. I think she's like 5'2" or something like that.
I want to begin tonight with you.
See how they smiled at her and looked at Trump with disgust.
The economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago. Your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than you were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing.
She's nervous.
Housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what they've done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, what do you think of this?
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that.
Period.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world.
Right.
And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. They took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because with so much money they can't. They would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places they've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, and for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality. And we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. Economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you on this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. Yours. A bunch of lies, and name calls. What you're going to hear tonight, answer the question. Don't worry about what we're going to get tonight. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the
answer the question.
Together knowing we have so much more in common.
I don't want to be together with you. You don't have anything common to say about the country.
All Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
Right.
That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that had some ideas. I guess some.
No, she should be regurgitating what they told
Makes
you.
no difference. I have nothing to do.
She doesn't even know.
Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before.
Yes.
We have the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
plan, Kappa?
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Right.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued that it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military. Basically sold us out. When a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing. Focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having to be on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21.
That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you say they have to hate our country.
President Trump. Thank you.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
So the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest. being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people
Yeah, she
believe
said your, cause she
that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own
probably
body,
went to Planned Parenthood.
should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well, I won't have to because again, number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. He went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that
sure
have
did.
loans.
Make you think
They
they
can
gonna
never get
give
this
your
approved.
student
So it
loans.
doesn't matter
No,
what
they
she says
wasn't gonna
about
do
going
it.
to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a
didn't
pregnancy
answer the
to
question.
term and asking for an abortion. That is
Girl,
not
yes,
happening
they
in
are.
Congress to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion ban. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is
What is she talking
unconscionable.
about?
And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
He said it.
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
They just
Okay, would you do that?
She didn't answer it.
Why don't you ask her that
Why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question?
Because under Roe v. Wade,
Answer
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and fatigue.
No, she's doing this to try to get him to.
You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the board.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
Right.
And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening.
And they are.
And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like they want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. she's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals.
Those are lies.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying the
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
Talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah. Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation
wanted to talk about
proposal
earlier.
that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. You know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down. You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it. Because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President,
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted. What? For national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted.
Why you ain't saying what you're gonna do?
Entire playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest of the appeals. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand that this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people to stop him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother.
Girl, goodbye.
And saved and was able to buy our first home.
Where was your dad?
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase.
Yep, girl, it is about climate. That's what the Inflation Reduction was about, climate.
That is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump,
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him, but I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out.
Well, let me rewind that. That was funny. That's what I was talking about. She always talking about.
In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Wait a minute.
Talking now. You don't mind,
Wait
please.
a minute.
Does that sound familiar?
Wait a minute. Why my computer tripping?
Big on defund the police.
Okay,
And
here we go.
everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. You don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to lift criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis. She went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil. These are not good things for the environment, as she understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told me
she didn't do good. Cut it out, Angela.
the country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day.
Got it right, Kamala and Walls 2024, and then we not going back, so I can erase it all.
You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I asked, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar.
Right, he's debating 3 people. This is not a debate
she said
for
at the
him.
beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it. But let me just when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not
And she answered it.
I was at the Capitol on January. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital.
Girl, go on.
To desecrate our nation's capital.
Girl, go on with this damn desecrate word. That's one of your favorite words.
Officers were injured.
No, they
and
weren't.
some died. And understand,
She is lying.
Indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
Every damn city.
And what did the president then at the time say?
None died. She tripping.
Let's remember.
I want to see if
that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia.
Oh no.
The president said the former
one damn person died.
Stand by.
Wow.
So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was.
Girl, who cares about January 6th? We talking about 9/11 today.
Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn
Go on with this dumbass slogan. We're not going
back. If that was a
back.
bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign
let's
for
not
you
go back. Why
to
you mentioning it if you want to go back?
Right.
To stand.
We not going back. You're absolutely right, Kamala.
Of law. And to end the chaos. And to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear, On that point, Donald Trump, the candidate, there will be a bloodbath. If this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
No, come on.
Let's turn the page on this. Let's
Girl, stop.
Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
What's the future, girl?
They need to
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra
I definitely don't want my state to be like yours,
it was
Danny.
debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still
Can you
bring it
fill
up.
the people in what she's done for your state as a Californian,
I ask
please?
you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time.
Right.
Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the
He said, get him out of bed.
all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. Those people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us.
Good job, Trump.
In these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short. Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
I ain't asking her nothing.
Sarcastically, you know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it, and they should have sent it back to the legislatures.
Danny, where your comment so I can
75 million
comment?
votes, the most votes
I
any
mean, so I
state
can lock it
has
up.
ever gotten. I was told that I got 63, which was what I got in 2016.
Y'all may want to listen
You
to
can't
Danny.
beat the election. People should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically.
Right.
These people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm.
I'm not talking about you. Y'all so fucking biased.
Many judges, many of them.
If that was the case, why didn't they? This is so, you know what?
They said we didn't have.
If they was gonna let the moderators be biased like this, why didn't they allow one to be like, you know how ABC is biased for Kamala and they claim Fox News is biased for Trump? Why didn't they let one moderator be from Fox News and one moderator be from ABC? Like, this is so, wow. Let me exit full screen. These people. Let's see. Hold up.
Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I love that you do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election. that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Oh my God. Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that.
Stop.
And clearly he's
And you
having a
finna be
very
fired.
difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election.
I already said the media.
And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States. And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump.
No, they're not.
I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you. And they say you're a disgrace.
This is rigged.
And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament
They want to say from the
ability to not be confused about facts. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
To say what they want to say to him.
Hey, let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
We are going to do very well.
Hamas war and the hostages were still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here.
Answer the question.
On October 7th,
You better choose something.
Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started.
Right.
If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never,
Exactly, Brittany,
by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald
Why not,
Trump.
Darnot?
Now Iran has $300
You have to
billion
come and tell us
because
why.
they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran
Can't
had
just
no
come
money
say
for
that.
Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war.
I'm not voting
with
for her.
Ukraine
What you
and
said don't
Russia
even make
ended.
sense.
If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is, it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that
She don't have any thoughts, Darnot.
to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go.
No,
to
you need to
Ukraine.
listen.
It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear.
Right, Ventura.
Manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why.
Yeah, she's trying to bait him into an argument.
Who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why.
I thought the candidates not supposed to talk to each other.
Who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting.
Maybe he ain't no racist. Cut it out. Stop it.
President Harris, thank you.
Stop it. You got to come with something better than that.
That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are.
Tell me what she's done for you in the past 3.5 years.
One question.
Tell me
Why
that.
does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline?
Who cares about all
and
that?
approve the single
Who
biggest-
cares about all that? You better have a narcissist president. You better have somebody that know how to talk to people. She surely don't. Come on and tell me what she's done or what she's doing or what policy she said. All you talking about is somebody being narcissist and he's racist, he's arrogant. Tell me something else. Tell me something that's going to do something for the American people.
Biggest deal that Russia's ever
Or
made.
something that's going to affect the American people. I'd rather him be a narcissist than her word salad talking about passage of time. Like, honey, come on. She's not going to protect no Social Security. You're right. That's why my mom and them barely getting any.
Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere.
The migrants finna be getting their Social Security money.
Going to Germany and all over Europe because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, okay. So we finna fast forward on.
Back in a moment.
All right. All right, guys. We're gonna do a quick analysis on during this.
Yeah, I want to hear their analysis because I already gave mine. What I'm gonna give it with them.
Quick. I'm gonna start. Producer, can you mute the audio? Okay. All right. All right. I'll start off. I'm nervous. I am very nervous. I firstly believe two things. One, the moderators are definitely in bed with Kamala Harris. I mean, it's 3 against 1.
Did you not hear him say he has nothing to do with Project 2025? Haven't even read it. He's not going to read it. He don't care nothing about it because he don't have nothing to do nothing about it. You just talking. Clearly, you're not even listening to the debate. His name is nowhere on there. He loves Putin. What? Well, didn't Putin just endorse Kamala? So make it make sense. You sound retarded.
Right now. And it's not good for Trump. Secondly, and let me go back to that. They did not fact check her. They've been fact checking Trump all night long.
You see, you still a moderator. You see, I've been missing you. Hey.
Fact checked him on abortion. Fact checked him on the said that the moderator, the male moderator, said that he had no sarcasm in his voice, like he mentioned. Kamala Harris has lied on multiple issues. She has not been fact-checked once. She's not getting follow-up questions. 0, nothing. That's first. Secondly, Kamala doesn't come off tonight as the bumbling, kind of loopy.
Who cares? You better get along with other countries. That's how you keep peace. What are you talking about? He loves Kim. Yep, he's also the only sitting president that ever stepped foot in North Korea. Nobody else had the balls or to do it. Like, what are you talking about? All the stuff that you're talking about. He loves dictators. No, Kamala wants to be a Marxist and a communist. You know what? I'm not. Just listen. Go do some research because I'm about to show you some stuff. Because they are right. The moderators, this should have been, you want to know what? Let me find Benny's video real quick. This literally should have been a picture of the 3 ABC people right here. I mean, Kamala right here, the 2 ABC people, and then Trump on one side. It's literally like what this was. Literally was an ambush. Literally. Like literally. Where is that picture? I thought it was on the debate. Yeah. It's right here. This is what this should have looked like.
There's enough here because of the moderators. Why do Republicans keep allowing for this? Look at this. Why?
This is literally what this was. She was giving her the speech.
Why?
And had backup, and he was against. Everybody was against him.
Corporate media to squeeze little driplets and droplets to keep Kamala alive for the next couple of weeks.
Like, no, we're not falling for that. Let's go to the
kind of woman. She's not doing it. I mean, I wish she was, but she's not.
And then she was talking about middle class and her mama with the small businesses and how she loved small. I mean, her mama, bought a home and blah blah blah, and she loves small businesses. Right? We know you love small businesses, but you love small businesses for the Asian American, the Native Hawaiian, and the Pacific Islanders, because for their small businesses, yeah, we're gonna see, and I'm gonna keep on with the same talking points for the people that say you just with the same talking points, and they're all facts. All right here. Last year, awards to Asian American owned businesses total more than $20 billion, an increase of $2.7 billion over the previous year. So if, like I said, we can get our calculator out for those that don't know how to do math, So if in 2023, she gave the Asian businesses $20 billion. Here we go, $20 billion. But that was an increase of 2.7. So let's take away 2.7 to see how much she gave them in 2022. Wait a minute. Comma. Bam. So in 2022, she gave them $17.3 billion, yes, with a B, for their small businesses. And then, but she gave them $20 billion plus an additional 7,500 loans of Asian American Pacific Island businesses were backed for a total by the U.S. Business Administration for a total of $6.4 billion. So that's $26.4 billion she can give the Asian Americans for their small businesses. But she's talking about she cares for small business. Whose small businesses do you care about, Kamala? Whose small businesses are you caring about? You need to put a name on it, because clearly you're not caring about everybody's small business. And then as far as the student loans, all that like, oh yeah, y'all, they gonna get our student loans forgiven. Yeah, bad. And y'all, no, she didn't get your student loans forgiven, but they did get some of the Asian student loans forgiven, and also gave them free schooling. Now, let me find it for you. And then we're gonna get back into the debate and fact checking even more things. Where is it? Education. The Biden administration has made great progress to ensure that a highly quality education is accessible. Let me highlight it for you. We right here. Is accessible and obtainable promise of the American dream for all. From over $160 billion in historic student debt relief for more than 4.6 million borrowers through various actions to secure the largest investment of $130 billion for public education. President Biden is committed to education equality, including for Asian American. And okay, so who student loans got forgiven? Anybody in the chat, student loans got forgiven? If now your college closed down and then you didn't get a degree, okay, those were forgiven. Okay, but that has nothing. That's nothing. Of course, they should have been forgiven. If you weren't able to get a degree, why would you have to pay student loans for that? So, okay. The president secured the largest increase in Pell Grants in a decade and has expanded eligibility for the maximum Pell Grant to 1.7 million more Americans, helping low-income students afford their dream of pursuing post-secondary education. According to the latest public data, nearly 30% of Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander students are federal financial aid recipients and receive an average award of over $5,000 per student. Improving healthcare for them to make it culturally inclusive. So they announced $8 million in grants to train professionals in providing culturally and linguistically appropriate care for individuals with limited English proficiencies. Okay, and then this was the part that I was like offended by. It says protecting Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Island communities from harmful pollutions. The Biden-Harris administration has invested billions of dollars to rid the nation's drinking water, air, soil, and food supply of toxic PFFs, which are linked to cancer, organ damage, and developmental issues in children. A 2023 study found that the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Americans have significantly higher exposure to PFAS than any other ethnic or racial group. In April 2024, the Environmental Protection Agency issued the first ever national drinking water standard for PFAS AIDS, which will protect 100 million people from exposure. So basically 100 million Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders. No, I don't have a problem with them fixing the drinking water. My thing is, why they ain't been trying to fix the drinking water for the Black communities or for the other low communities? Why all of a sudden, because they have a higher risk linked to cancer and organ damage and developmental issues with children, they want to correct the problem. What about the developmental issues that my children could face, the organ damage that my children could face, the cancer that my children could face, or other Americans of different nationalities that came in this country legal? Like, what are you talking about? And then we can just go on and on. All this, again, like I said, you can go to whitehouse.gov and type in. It's very hidden, so you have to find it, really. So you need to type this in, the fact check. The Biden-Harris administration advances equality and opportunity for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders communities across the country. It was a May 9th, 2024 brief, you know, that they did, and it told you everything that they did for the Asian Americans. And this is just a lot, a whole lot of billions. But the only thing that I saw that they did for African Americans, and it was something so small, it was like $300 million for something. What the hell is $300 million when you have billions to give them? You have billions to give Ukraine. My Korean and Asian friends got paid to live here and become nurses and doctors. Exactly. But then they want to look down at us when we want to go to school. And by the way, I have a bachelor's degree. I went to college on a full presidential scholarship, and I also have a master's degree. So for the people in the back that say, you probably just what? Just nothing. Man, just have an education that cost me $100,000 in debt. And they not forgiving our loans. They just pander to you to get you to vote for them, knowing they were not going to forgive your loans, but they had plans on forgiving other loans. Just like the Inflation Reduction Act was really all about climate control. Nothing to do about reducing anything. He want to get rid of Medicare. If Americans were making the proper money and had the proper job and weren't losing their jobs to illegals, then you would be able to afford health care. Then you wouldn't be worrying about Medicare, which is just getting it for free, because it would be very low, affordable, like how other countries have free health care. And it's good health care, may I add. You're not waiting 6 months for a surgery because your insurance not covered here, and only this one doctor office do root canals to show insurance. So you have to wait all these months to get.
Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution. About extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former secretary
Brittany, I forgot valedictorian of my high school.
Would never survive
Thank you, boo.
Another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not.
And I know for a fact the Asians do, because my son's ex-girlfriend, her family, they have 5 Asian restaurants, one in her name, one in her brother's name, one in her stepdaddy name, one in her mama name, one in the cousin name that just came over. And they giving them this money. She told me this out of her own mouth. She know that they got money when they came over here, and they're continually giving them money. She riding around. She got a house now. She 20. My son 20. So she 21. Just bought her own brand new house. I'm sure she got the $150,000 loan for that they gave the Asians for their home, but they want to give you a $6,000 tax credit, which means you got to pay for it first and just give you something back. Or they want to give you a $25,000 first-time home buy loan when you need at least $32,000 to even get a down payment on the home, because houses cost so much with the interest rate because of their inflation reduction plan that was really about climate, nothing to do about reducing your inflation.
Addressed. I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah. Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job.
Right.
I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody.
What? I'm not hating on any Asians, honey, because me and her still talk every day. And my nieces are half Asian. Their mom is from Laos. What you talking about? Nobody hating on nothing. We're just talking about what she's done because she's Southern Asian descent. She's not black. And she's doing for her people. Has she done something for you? Okay. I just was giving you facts. It's not hating on anyone.
Ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can.
I'm hating, but the poll in my chat say 71% Trump, 29% Kamala. But I'm hating. America sees it.
Poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
Did this go bad?
In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
All right, sure.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has.
Wait a minute. Why could this go all the
Said
way
the
back
media
this
was
way?
already going to be in her court. This is nothing but a performance.
Yeah, I want to fact check a couple things.
Wait a minute.
This,
Yeah, I knew it took us back. I was like, wait a minute.
multiple issues. She has not been fact checked once. She's not getting follow-up questions. Zero, nothing. That's first. Secondly, Kamala doesn't come off tonight as the bumbling, kind of loopy kind of woman. She's not doing it. I mean, I wish she was, but she's not. I don't think it's not as good of a debate for Trump tonight as I wish. Shelley? Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
CB.
I mean, it's 3 against 1. It's very unfair. The moderator, the guy, he literally was debating Trump. Like, he was responding to him. He was going back and forth. Like, this is very much, like, it seems very phony and fake debate. It's almost like everything has been preset.
Yeah.
And and she's repeating the same lines from years ago. This is from, like, Trump's, like, first time, his first re-election, and it feels very, very unfair.
T, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, because I think that Trump is really, despite the fact that
He holding his own. He definitely
him, clearly, I think that he's standing his ground.
He is.
To the facts, which I'm surprised, because Trump can veer off. So I think that he's doing a very good job at sticking to the facts and defending himself.
So I'll say I was like silent because this is my prediction that the media was going to be so biased that they were going to cover and protect Kamala Harris. Almost, I don't know, I did a quick breakdown. Almost 90% of the questions were towards Trump, without any rebuttal when a few were asked of Kamala. So there was no rebuttal by him. They didn't give him a chance. The female, I forget her name, the female moderator, Lindsay, female moderator, asked most questions to Kamala and then was very snide to Trump. But that doesn't surprise me. It's angering, but it doesn't surprise me at all.
Right, we knew this was going to happen.
Your point. I think Trump is holding his own, but this is a whole setup, basically.
It is.
It's a whole setup.
Definitely.
So he's holding his own in really turbulent times, if you will. But I said the media was already going to be in her court. This is nothing but a performance.
Yeah, I want to fact check a couple things. So the part where the moderator tried to correct Trump and say
CB,
that
but they got us brainwashed. The first black senators were Republican.
Abortion up to 9 months. That is a lie. Here in Maryland, abortions law provide unrestricted abortion access until fetal viability. DC allows for abortion at all stages of pregnancy.
Right.
There are other states that do the same. So she is wrong. It is correct what Trump said. And it's just so infuriating to see them. It's clearly biased.
And
clearly.
In terms of that question, also, they asked her that question. Like, what would you have restrictions on abortion? She avoided that question. She did not answer it, and they did not.
I hate to cut you off because they have to go back. I want to acknowledge our super chatters tonight, guys. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Kristen, I'm sorry, from Cali says, why demos acting like they don't swallow down morning after pills? Those scenarios they come up with to make abortion pass is disgusting and demonic. Absolutely.
Right.
Christy, DoorDash was less when Trump was in office. Everything was. We have to go back. I want to get the rest of you guys once we get back.
Yeah, come on with it.
Ukraine to win this war.
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives. Uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 million or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. You take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced.
Right, Vaden.
With that being said,
Vaden.
I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president. Okay, they respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. After I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president?
And just to clarify,
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he a president? But we have a president that doesn't know he's alive.
You believe in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
Right.
Negotiate a
That's it.
deal.
Stop right
Because
there.
we have to stop all of these human lives from
Thank
being
you so much,
destroyed.
I want to take
Brittany.
this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for
Oh, I got more
Ukraine.
facts to show too. I got a whole page. Kamala and Trump.
And would it be any
Oh,
different
yeah, I
if
ain't
we're seeing
playing.
President Biden?
Now answer it, bitch.
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Girl, she.
You threw him out. That's
The
why.
reason that Donald Trump says that this
Answer
war would be
the
over within
question.
24 hours is because he would just give it up.
Girl, answer the
Who
question.
we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here.
There
I
we go.
actually
Understand. There we
met
go.
with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky, and I
that's the
shared with
problem.
him
That's why
American
we're in war.
intelligence
Because you were the
about how
last
he
one
could
in the
defend
room over
himself.
there.
Thank you,
Days
Ventura.
later, I went to NATO's
Something's in
eastern
his
flank,
zone, yeah.
to
And
Poland
that's
and
why they're in
Romania.
war.
And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together.
I actually started my morning at 5:30 with a boot camp with over 400 business partners. Then an inspiration morning vitamin with thousands of business partners on the Zoom. And I take my children to school, and then I come back, and then we get into the subjects until my kids get out of school.
To support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine
Millions
stands
of
as an
people
independent
died.
Okay,
and free
Ventura,
country.
where
If
you
Donald
live
Trump
at?
were president, who
There
would
would
be
not
sitting
have
in
been a
Kyiv
war.
right now? And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor?
So it's 800,000 Polish people in one place. If she don't stop her damn lies.
Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania. Otherwise,
800,000.
sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Oh,
That's
no.
we've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight.
No.
Afghanistan came up in
Eat
the
you
last
for
hour.
lunch. And I probably you would let him eat you too.
Wow, y'all. Now we see why she want to say something about Poland. Look, I just read. It says, Pennsylvania is a key electoral state, which I knew that. There are just under 9 million Americans who identify as Polish. About 780,000 of them live in Pennsylvania. You know somebody done tried to fact check this already.
Why do you butt? Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please.
Let's say
He
New
would have
York
been
has the
sitting
most.
in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons.
No, 1.9 million live in Chicago.
Nobody ever thinks about
Wow.
that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later.
So,
yeah.
There you go.
He's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate.
She's a woman, that's why.
They
That's
left.
why she's in the
Putin
room as a
did
woman.
the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning,
Answer the
you're gonna hear
question.
a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times.
Zelensky, not Putin.
She said, the
Putin.
reality is it has been about standing as America
said
always
Putin.
should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding
There's no
that the
strength.
alliances we have
There's no
around the
strength in
world
what you've
are
shown.
dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor
Yeah.
our
Yeah.
enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander in Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president.
She definitely had an earpiece in her ear. Definitely did. I was waiting on somebody else to say, you know, I didn't want to seem like I'm trying to tell y'all what to see. That's why I did not say it. I was just trying to see if anybody in the chat was going to say that. Okay. And we can see both of Trump ears clean as day. But look at her right ear. If when her hair move, we seen it. Okay.
And responsibility in terms of ensuring that there's stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit.
She don't even know what to say. For the.
You talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying, one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate.
Now,
You
let's
witnessed
see.
a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine.
Which one?
Also, the
Oh,
dealmaker.
yeah.
Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility
She's not answering the
of the
question.
President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response
No
to her saying
follow-up.
that you began the
Yeah,
negotiations
thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal. And in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country.
Here we
Mr.
go.
President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question for tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
And I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those are your words.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, and she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
Wow.
We have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want.
Oh, really? You're the one who's always bringing up race.
Constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's
What the hell are you talking about?
Gosh.
Told y'all.
Land,
Is she talking about herself and her party?
And he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families.
Oh, that's a
Let's remember, this is the same.
That is a lie. He didn't want to take Section 8.
Full page ad in the New York Times. Execution.
And it's more whites on government assistance than blacks. I wish I would just stop.
5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5.
But they were guilty.
Took out a full page ad calling for their
I want to hear what he has to say.
This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States.
Bill Clinton.
And I think the American people
supposed to be the first black president. I want to see her birth certificate.
Want better than this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country.
Are you black or not?
We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
Oh my God.
I meet with people all the time.
Manipulators.
Tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
That's a repeat.
Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother
What about
speaks,
your
we
equity
all have the same dreams
ideas?
and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country.
Yes.
There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person,
Are
killed
you
a
black
person
or not?
ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is.
I said she's black.
Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. She's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had. A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad and she can't get away with that.
Let's go back to her being black.
Briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump.
What?
And what I do offer is
Girl, we know.
Oh, we don't know
Who are you?
one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do.
Oh,
The American
burden
people.
by what's burning.
I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup
What is
businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you.
Yeah, what about the rest of them?
Your child's development. I have a plan.
Girl, this is when they start school with the most strict, no damn formula. But now y'all want them to abort altogether.
To pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation
What
I
is they
believe
gonna
David
do when they
that
need
you and I
33,000?
tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about
32.5.
belittling and name calling. Let's turn the page
Vice
and
President
move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
To defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on.
not
Let him
allow
see what that
smoking
came
in
up. Let him
Pennsylvania
cook.
or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to
Once
respond.
again,
No, the
President
former
Trump-
president has
No,
said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry, we're
I
gonna
just need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President.
time to what he
President
said.
Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in this administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing, but it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
Right.
But if
Good answer.
we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive.
He answered the
And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And
hard for you to respond. You were supposed to answer that
And
question.
I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this.
No.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand what just 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time.
Yeah.
When I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate.
Answer the question
And the
on the
late,
table.
great John McCain, who you have disparaged
Oh my
as
God.
being, you don't like him, you said,
I'm
at
trying
the
to stay here
time
with
because
y'all,
he
and they
got
pissing me
caught.
off.
He was an
She's
American
pissing me
hero.
off.
The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night.
Oh, now he's
Walked
a late
onto the
great.
Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have
It
no
wasn't
plan.
affordable, okay?
And what the
Why are we
Affordable
even
Care Act
talking
has
about
done
that?
is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a
Obama's
grandparent had
lying.
diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that
All
the
people, so the
value I bring to
illegals
this
too? Okay.
is that access to health
Yeah,
care
we're gonna be
should be the
bankrupt for
right
real.
and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass it
President
pro
Harris,
up in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on
I
that.
want to move to an issue that's important for a
You
lot.
made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It was all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to do.
President
People are
Trump.
paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been it's a victim.
Well, how about the people with no home to even have home insurance? Those millions of people.
What that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it between him and his son. They get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back up.
Again, my expectation was not for her. My expectation was that the media was going to protect her, so she would not have to do anything differently. So in that sense, she's kind of on even footing of where she has always been to a degree. But she has rarely answered questions. She goes on and on again. The moderators let her go. They rarely give Trump rebuttal time. And most of the questions are towards him, almost, I would say, antagonizingly so. I'm not surprised. It doesn't make it any less frustrating, but I'm not surprised.
Yana? She does seem well prepared for this, and it's kind of suspicious because, like we were saying, we didn't see, like when she doesn't have the script, she doesn't sound like this.
Right.
So it seems like she was well prepared.
Yeah.
However, I think on the second time after they came back from the break, I think Trump came back stronger. I think he was like, you know what? I'm going to be myself. I'm not going to overthink my answers. And he came back really strong. I really liked how he talked about Putin, and he basically called the other side of Democrats weak, and that he said, remember, Putin just endorsed Kamala, and I'm glad that Trump brought that up, because I mean, yeah, she didn't like that. And then also when he said, where's our president right now? And then he said, we have a president who doesn't even know that he's alive. Like, this is what I was looking for from Trump. Like, his this brilliant phrases.
Yeah, T, what are your thoughts?
I don't know what debate y'all are watching and talking about she's prepared. She didn't have, first of all, she didn't have to be prepared because they're not asking her any questions.
Right.
And then secondly, she's not answering the questions. So I don't know what y'all see her talking about. Her delivery sucks. Her delivery sucks. He's more prepared. I'm seeing him being more prepared. And I think maybe because I was expecting him to be talking about everything else instead of sticking to the question. And he's been doing a great job of sticking to the question.
Again, I do not like saying this, but the Kamala that we have seen for weeks going off on the tangent, talking about, she has not. She has been very, she has communicated, even though she's not answering the specific questions, but when she responds, and again, I think they're pre-canned responses, she is not the Kamala that we've seen talking about, random things and not making any sense and things like this. She's doing a lot better to me than which I really wish she wasn't. I do like some of the zingers Trump gave. I want to, before they come back, I like the zinger he said to Kamala, I don't care what you are. I thought that was really good. I liked how he said he handled the Afghanistan pullout, said he sent a pic of her house he sent a picture of Abdul's house to scare him off. I like that. I liked how he got back to Kamala and he said, quiet please, I'm speaking. Yeah.
You heard that before, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Well, for our live audience in the background, like, we're a live audience today.
Yes, we did. Yeah. So, any final thoughts before? Another thing. Or did you? I was going to say, the fact checking is horrendous. She literally has lied about Charlottesville. They did not fact check her on that. She lied about the guns. She literally is on camera talking about a mandatory buyback program. She didn't respond to. They have not fact checked her on that. The moderators are. This is criminal.
Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Right. She didn't answer questions about the tariffs or anything.
Got a whole bunch of super chatters.
All right.
Volume. We'll get to the super chatters later.
One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the ambitions of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy. Investing in small businesses, in new families, and what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together. That is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body.
Except for when it comes to COVID vaccine.
Tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim.
Well, let's not talk about you as a
Are you a
prosecutor.
Republican or a Democrat?
Right.
Wow. The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay?
Oh.
And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you.
Maybe 8 if you're reelected.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
We should get 10 or 20 years for. I guess we'll change the constitution.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all this wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military.
Yep, and they lifted.
A lot of it away. to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country.
Yes.
Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Turn it off. I don't even want to
turn
see
this
them.
shit
Turn
off.
it off.
Thank you for watching here in the.
All right, Crystal, thank you. Welcome. Remember that. Final thoughts, ladies. I'll start with you, Shelley.
Let's hear their final thoughts.
It didn't change my view at all from where I started. The media is in for Kamala Harris. Americans, you better wake up. You better vote. You better vote correctly. And my correct prediction is for you to vote for Trump. We have a country to save.
Yeah. Yana?
I enjoyed it. I think Trump is a fighter, and that's what fighters do. In this debate, it was 3 against 1, and he fought and he did great. And we need to take example of someone like that, and don't feel discouraged. Just keep on fighting. In fact, bring up the spirit. We need it. Fight. Yes.
Yeah.
I got a few points. Because we're gonna hear a lot of feedback from this debate, and they're gonna say
She
Trump
won.
didn't know, he sucked.
He
didn't
didn't answer
do this, he didn't do that. We
questions.
gotta tell him like, yes, he did. So look, still no policy. She must have freaked her way through law school, because my expectations of her were higher, because first you're supposed to have a mock trial and a mock debate and all that stuff. She didn't do well.
Well, I forgot to ask, who do you think won? You thought Trump won?
I thought Trump won.
Okay.
I think Trump won. And let's be clear, we still don't know what color she is, what race she is.
I forgot to ask you guys real quick. Shelley, who do you think won?
I think in this case, for the wrong reason, I think the media won.
Yana?
I thought Trump was great, especially in the second part. So in the first part, it was kind of even, I thought, and then I think he did much better in the second part. So I'll say Trump won.
Yeah, I got a couple notes. I think it was a draw. I do. And again, for you guys, before you beat me up, I'm really frustrated with this, because I feel like it was unfair. The moderators were definitely. I believe Kamala had an earpiece, or she had she had the questions prior to the debate. But I'm worried. I am. I'm worried. I'm worried by this.
I'm not.
I thought Kamala, again, she lied her way through the whole thing, and the moderators were fact-checking Trump multiple times, and they not one time fact-checked her. She said the importance is to have a plan. She just put the plan up within 48 hours ago. She just updated her website with the issues. It's sick, it's terrible, and this is what she's talking about. She has a plan. She doesn't want to divide people. The DNC was dividing people based on race. She was having Zoom calls based just divided by race. She has been dividing people since she's been campaigning. Respecting our military. She would not even meet with the Afghanistan Gold Star family.
According to Biden,
respecting our
no
military.
soldiers died in Afghanistan.
Exactly. She says all Americans, she hasn't met with the Gold Star. Okay, and then the last thing I would say is, she wants to divide us so much so that she believes even little children, kindergartners, should be oppressors. That's what they're calling. She's calling white children oppressors and black people are victims. This is her dividing, and she's making white children believe that they are responsible for slavery. This is what she's doing. How much division can you expect?
I wonder what goes on at her dinner table in her house, because it's a whole white family that she's married to.
Aside from that, let me tell you why I'm sticking to the media, and I say the media won for the wrong reasons. I heard Larry Elder, I think it was yesterday, say that this is why Republicans and conservatives don't get too comfortable. Like her or not, this is why I don't think she had earpiece. I think she was scripted, yes. She's won every election that she has had in California. District Attorney, AG, every election she has won when she was on the ballot.
Attorney General.
She dropped out of the presidency initially, but she won on the ticket with Joe Biden. So this is why I said it's the media that I'm sticking with. Kamala Harris is whatever you want to call her. I do think she's an embarrassment, a heifer, whatever. Scripted, but the media, they are protecting her, and this is why I keep saying this is we have to vote because the media is going to protect her, and she has won, scripted, embarrassing or not, she has won every election when she was on the ballot in California.
So the stakes are high, and it's true. It's not. It's not fair. Nothing is fair in this race. So that's why, like Shelley was saying, we gotta vote and talk to other people, spread information, connect with others. We have to help.
They don't want to hear the information.
President Trump win.
They want to just call you names.
I grew up on folk tales where the hero slays the dragon, or the hero has so many obstacles that when you read it, you don't even. You think like this is impossible, but it shouldn't stop us. We shouldn't be discouraged, but we have to stick together and we have to vote and fight.
Yeah, that's very good, Yana. And I guess I get so upset because I know that we have so much at stake with this election. And so I just get really upset when, it's clear that these people are in the pockets of the Democrat Party. But like you guys said, we're going to continue to fight. That's what we have to do. We have a lot of fights to go, guys. We cannot give up. No. We have to fight to the very end and beyond, because even if Trump does do something to either put him in jail or do something. So we have to fight to the very end for this. Do not let up. We will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back live in the studio at 8 p.m. Thank you guys so much for your super chatters. Did I miss anybody? All right. Okay. Thank you guys so much for hanging in with us tonight. Oh, we do. Yay. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
I want to tell y'all something. Okay, I'm finna read this bombshell on Twitter. And then in 15 minutes, I have my lunch and learn with my travel agent business partner. So if you're interested in learning how you can get you a business started in the largest and sixth industry in the world, travel, and earn you some additional streams of income, because Kamala and the Democrats are not going to give you anything if they get in office and you want to get your plan B started, come back here at 11:30. Because I'm starting another live immediately after I end this one. But I just want y'all to see these facts real quick before I get up out of here. But I'm coming back. I don't mix my business with this. Okay. This is on something I found on Twitter. It says bombshell. White House insiders from both Biden's and Harris team were in near universal agreement. Kamala Harris is unfit to be president. Hunter Walker's book, The Truth, released before anyone imagined Harris as a nominee, was largely dismissed at the time. The reason? It merely echoed the consensus among Republicans, Democrats, and the media. Harris was considered unelectable and unfit for office. No one believed she'd end up leading the Democratic ticket. Fast forward just 6 months, and a small, powerful group within the Democratic Party installed, not nominated, Harris as the nominee, bypassing an open primary and denying the party base a voice. The Truth, which was intended to document the struggles between progressives and centrists, is now seen in a new light, written under assumption that Harris would never ascend to the top of the ticket. The authors likely wouldn't have dared publish it if they knew Harris would thrust into this unpreceded position. How can Democrats justify such an undemocratic process to handpick a candidate who lacks support from her own staff? So this is an excerpt from the book. It says, even before the catalytic 2016 election, the Democratic Party had long been at war with itself. Yet Joe Biden's narrow victory in 2020 bridged the divide. Facing the dire threat of a second Trump administration, Democrats forged an unlikely but effective coalition that stalled Trumpism at the ballot box and enacted a raft of consequential legislation. But how long can the uneasy peace hold, and can Biden win again? The truth is definitive history of a half decade of upheaval in the Democratic Party, in which a new generation aggressively persuaded their progressive ideas, while the powerful centrist establishment adapted to remain in command. Journalists Hunter Walker and Lupe illuminate this story of backroom maneuvering and political strategies with new revelations about pivotal events. So it says, however, soon after Biden took office, a consensus began to emerge that despite the age, he would have run for a second term. The fear was Kamala Harris could not win a race against Donald Trump, or perhaps against any Republican at all, and there was no other obvious heir. Wow. They only had to put her in because when Joe Biden debated Trump, we saw, like, who is this man? Look at this. You like Kamala now? We like Kamala now. Right, this is exactly what it is. Y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up. But that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for one other post. Look, Kamala Harris' tax plan could cost Taylor Swift $1 billion. Somebody say, I wonder if Taylor Swift talked to her tax preparer before endorsing Kamala Harris. If Kamala is elected, Taylor Swift may be forced to sell all or part of her music catalog back to Scooter Braun to cover a potential $1 billion tax liability. Let's see. It said Philadelphia bakery debates cookies sold 4,228 Trump cookies and only 369 Kamala cookies. Okay, that should tell you something.
By law, by all the is, as you can see, buy these.
Coach Stress, talk to me about your motivation here.
Wow. Still not what I'm looking for. This right here is what I'm looking for. Look who showed up at the 9/11. Trump. Look at Kamala right there, and look at Joe. Yeah, Trump, and the audience and the crowd yelling Trump. Listen, let me cut it up. Well, that's how we love you, Donald. Nobody's hollering for her or Joe. Yeah, the crowd yelling for Trump. Okay. And then right here, fact check. In last night's debate, 3-on-1 debate, because that's what it was. It was a 3-on-1. The ABC News moderators falsely claimed that there are no late-term or post-birth abortions. Once again, they were wrong and Trump was right. Prior to Dobbs' decision, abortion was typically limited to 24th week unless the health of the mother was at risk. Now that's the limit imposed by Roe versus Wade have been removed. 8 states allow abortion without any limitations, including Alaska, Colorado, Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and of course, DC. In these states, women can receive abortions even after birth. It said euthanasia is not legal in the United States. So if a baby is born with a deliberating condition, a doctor can perform a so-called post-birth abortion for statistically purposes, it is called classified as an abortion. This is what former Virginia Governor Ralph Shearner Northland, a pediatric neurologist, was talking about on local radio show, and what Trump was specifically referring to. He said in states where abortions are not prohibited beyond viability and a baby is born with life-limiting or life-threatening conditions, a doctor like Northam would give it neonatal palliative care, which basically consists of higher and higher doses of pain medication until the baby passes away. Every day in America, there are post-abortions and neonatal care. It's a fact. It's definitely a fact. I wish people would research instead of just going off what they hear. This say.
Physician would simply willing to certify that the continuation of the pregnancy would
go back.
Delegate Tran.
Yes, sir.
How late in a pregnancy would your bill apply if a physician would simply willing to certify that the continuation of the pregnancy would impair the mental health of the woman? How late are we talking about?
Well, so the way the suggestion that we've made in the bill is to say it's in the third trimester and at the, with the certification of the physician. So
how late in the third trimester would you be able to do that?
And it's very unfortunate that our physicians, witnesses were not able to attend today to speak specifically.
No, I'm talking about your bill. How late,
right,
how
the
late
bill,
in the
answer
trimester
it.
could a physician perform an abortion if he indicated it would impair the mental health of the woman?
Or physical health.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm talking about the mental health.
So, through the third trimester. The third trimester goes all the way up to 40 weeks.
Okay, but to the end of the third trimester.
Yep, I don't think we have a limit in the bill.
So,
hey, Judge Jay.
Where it's obvious that a woman is about to give birth, she has physical signs of that she is about to give a birth. Would that still be a point at which she could request an abortion if she was so certified? She's dilating.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a decision that the doctor, the physician, and the woman would make.
I understand that.
No, we talking about your bill. Does your
My bill would allow that, yes.
Wow. Okay. So you heard that. The bill will allow, I'm in labor, I'm dilated to 10, and I'll say I want to abort this baby. Okay, I'm gonna play that again and make it big for the people in the back. Because I need.
How late in a pregnancy
Hold up. Because I need this.
Delegate Tran.
Pause. Yeah, because I need this little portion. And I'm finna end this video real quick, and we about to start another one.
Delegate Tran.
Yes, sir.
How late in a pregnancy would your bill apply if a physician would simply willing to certify that the continuation of the pregnancy would impair the mental health of the woman? How late are we talking about?
Well, so the way the suggestion that we've made in the bill is to say it's in the third trimester and at the, with the certification of the physician. So
how late in the third trimester would you be able to do that?
And it's very unfortunate that our physicians, witnesses were not able to attend today to speak specifically.
No, I'm talking about your bill. How late in the third trimester could a physician perform an abortion if he indicated it would impair the mental health of the woman?
Or physical health.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm talking about the mental health.
So
we're talking about mental because that's in the document.
The third trimester goes all the way up to 40 weeks.
Okay, but to the end of the third trimester.
Yep, I don't think we have a limit in the bill.
So, where it's obvious that a woman is about to give birth, she has physical signs of that she is about to give a birth. Would that still be a point at which she could request an abortion if she was so certified? She's dilating.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a decision that the doctor.
No, we're talking about the
I understand
bill.
that. I'm asking if your bill allows that.
My bill would allow that, yes.
Okay, so enough said. So you can say what you want, but y'all are murderers. Period. Period. This is literally what that debate was last night. Literally. I'm going to keep saying it. This is literally what it was. Literally what it was. Like, you can't kill a baby after born. That's not abortion. That's murder. But somebody, no doctor ever do that. But yes, they would. Like, these people are weird and don't do research. But yeah, I like how Donald Trump showed up at the 9/11. I don't hear nobody saying we love you, Kamala. I don't hear nobody saying Kamala, Kamala, Kamala. Yeah, because ain't nobody voting for her. We sure in the hell do. Where's the person that's asking me questions?
I don't have a million.
You said you knew here, you have to know. I will tell you. Yes, I will, because we have 3 more minutes before my travel video, but I can definitely tell you what I'm doing here, okay? Let's start with me.
Child Trump 2024.
Did that answer your question? Side men clips. Did that answer your question? I actually got on this same outfit. Because I just threw it on to take the kids to school. I got on pants with it though. Yeah, so I hope that answered your question.
She's talking about, man, every time I seen her speak, she looks sharp.
And also, what else are you going to do to fix this problem with immigration? Thank you. Well, let's start with this. Prices have gone up. And families and individuals are dealing with the realities of that bread costs more, the gas costs more. And we have to understand what that means. That's about the cost of living going up. That's about having to stress and stretch limited resources. That's about a source of stress for families that is not only economic, but is on a daily level, something that is a heavy weight to carry. So it is something that we take very seriously, very seriously. And we know from the history of this issue in the United States that when you see these prices go up,
She's talking about, man, every time
Nothing, ain't said nothing.
she's a chameleon, and that's a fair criticism of her. She's taken on whatever mantle can help her get ahead.
Kamala Harris is a chameleon. She puts on a fake Southern accent. She is everything to everybody.
I mean, you see this ludicrous accent that she's put on it. By the way, I grew up in rural North Carolina. I actually grew up in a segregated town in rural North Carolina in the 1970s. And, you know, she ain't from rural South, and she is not part of that persona. They don't talk like that in Jamaica, where her family really is from.
This particular Saturday afternoon, with Kamala and all our friends, I said to the congressman, I didn't know he could preach like that.
That's what lovely accent you have. New Jersey?
You all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024.
Yeah. You are? Yes. Yes. Okay, and I don't know that everybody knows that.
She's a chameleon.
Recalling her mother's journey from India to America. Now, her mother, Shamala Gopalan, was born in Chennai and immigrated to America to study at UC Berkeley. The Indian origin senator also talked about her trips to India and her mother's attempts to instill a love of good idli in her. Listen.
I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent. When my mother, Shamala, stepped off the plane in California at 19 years old, she didn't have much in the way of belongings, but she carried with her lessons from back home. Growing up, my mother would take my sister, Maya, and me back to what was then called Madras, because she wanted us to understand where she had come from and where we had.
Recalling her mother's journey from India.
Okay, y'all, it is time for my travel events, and I'm about to end this live and start another one, so come back. Donald Trump won the poll at 70% and 30%. We already knew that, so let me screenshot that. And you come back if you want to learn about the travel business. Here is the video. Like I said, I'm starting another video because I'm not mixing the two.
How to design that ideal life. See, we're going to talk about earning more, traveling more, and experience more. Building a strong network, embrace and empower yourself, and
I'm back.
income opportunity.